Welcome to the Virtual Fire Rescue Med 2023. I'm Mike McAvoy, Chair of the EMS section and your host for today. For the past 26 years, the EMS section has organized this conference for fire service EMS leaders like you. For those joining us for the first time, I wish to extend a special welcome. We have a full day program packed with great education from the best and brightest EMS and fire service leaders. Following each session today, our presenters will be joining us for a brief Q&A. During presentations, please use the Q&A menu in the upper right-hand corner of your screen to submit questions for our presenters. If your questions aren't answered, we'll be sure to share them with the presenters and follow up with you post-conference. Let me take a quick run through our agenda for today. We're going to start with some awards during the opening general session, and that will be followed by a presentation by Jim Leiden on leadership fundamentals. Then Dave Page will talk about translating research into practice. We'll take a break for lunch and then have a presentation from PCG, one of our partners, Five Bugle Partners, who has delivered a lot of information about cost reporting, no surprise billing, and they're going to do a synopsis of some of the hot topics that are affecting our finances currently in fire-based EMS and in EMS. Then we'll have a presentation on land mobile radio to LTE, talking a little bit about FirstNet and some issues that we have with in-building radio coverage. And we'll end up with Heather Davis talking about how to get the most bang for the buck out of your paramedic program. So that's our agenda for the day. These are great presentations from a wide variety of presenters. I'd like to extend some thanks and appreciation to our IAFC section officers, Chief Vance Riley, our Vice Chair of the section, Chief Norris Kroom, our International Director, Chief Kevin Joels, our Secretary Treasurer, who will be assuming my spot as the chair of the section in the coming months, Chief Lee Richardson, our Director at Large, Chief Sean Maxwell, our Director at Large, and Dave Becker, our immediate past chair. Also, today's event would not have been possible without the guidance of the Fire Rescue Med Program Planning Committee, Chief Ray Colburn, Executive Director of the Florida State Fire Chiefs Association, and Chief Dr. Jeff Lindsay, the past chair of FRM, who is the College EMS Program Director in Florida, and members of the EMS section board who also helped put the program together. Our struggles in the fire service mirror those of many other professions: recruitment, retention, and caring for our members. These activities increasingly challenge fire service and EMS leaders, from burnout to low reimbursement rates to suicides of our members. Never before have EMS leaders been faced with such daunting and oppressive challenges. Today, we strive to focus on solutions and tools you as a leader in EMS can use to move forward and inspire your members. The IFC is addressing many issues that confront us, including the mental health of our members, diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, and the ongoing efforts of recruitment and retention of career and volunteer firefighters and EMS personnel. Our Capitol Hill government relations team has been hard at work, and here are some successes to report. The funding for the Assistance to Firefighters Grant Program and SAFER programs at $360 million for each fiscal year 2023. Funding for the National Firefighter Cancer Registry at $5.5 million for fiscal year 2023, and funding for the Siren Grants for Royal EMS at $10.5 million for fiscal year 2023. The IFC and the EMS section are committed to results that support our members to improve the health and wellness of the communities they serve. Before we welcome our presenters, we have a special message from Chief Donna Black, President and Chair of the IAFC Board of Directors.
Good morning. My name is Donna Black, and I am the President and Chair of the International Association of Fire Chiefs. Thank you for joining us today at Virtual Fire Rescue Med. IFC is turning 150 years this year. I know how times have changed. It's no longer just putting water on the fire. Changes in response include 75% medical related calls, violent incidents, lack of medication availability, and most importantly, the increasing concerns over our responders' mental and physical wellness. We must continue to work together to find solutions that improve our ability to serve our community while protecting and taking care of the health and wellness of our people. So thank you to everyone participating today and doing the work you do at home. Thank you to the IFC EMS section. They are addressing our fire-based EMS issues as one of the largest sections in the IAFC. And thank you to our sponsors, FirstNet, built with AT&T, Public Consulting Group, PulsePoint, Fire Rescue One, and Lexipol. These organizations have made it possible for you to attend these classes today virtually and free. I hope today's program provides assistance to you and inspires you to continue to do good work. Also, a reminder that Fire Rescue International will be held in Kansas City, Missouri in August, and we'd love to have you there to help us celebrate 150 years of IAFC. Thank you all for the work you do at home. We, as a board of directors and members of the IAFC, thank each and every one of you for what you do, and we are here to serve you. So stay safe and enjoy today's program. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Black. Next, I'd like to take a moment to recognize our conference sponsors, First Do, FirstNet, built with AT&T, PulsePoint Foundation, and the Public Consulting Group. In addition, the EMS section is pleased this morning to present 3 awards, which we do annually to recognize excellence in the industry. The HeartSafe Community Award, sponsored by PulsePoint Foundation, and the James O. Page Award, sponsored by Public Consulting Group. We also wish to recognize Fire Rescue One and Lexipol as our premier media partner. We will learn more about our sponsors throughout the program. Next up, I'd like to welcome our HeartSafe Award sponsor, PulsePoint Foundation. Before we begin the award presentation, they wish to share a special message with all of you.
Is he awake and unresponsive, or is he unconscious?
We don't feel a pulse.
I was off duty, sitting on the couch, eating some chocolate ice cream, and my phone goes off, and it's a very, very unfamiliar sound. It's CPR is needed. You see the address. It's just around the corner.
He's not breathing. He's not breathing.
We are going to start CPR. I need you to get him flat on his back on the ground.
PulsePoint Verified Responder allows us to leverage the talent of our people while they're off duty and bring those talents to somebody that is truly in crisis.
Turn the corner, no lights, no sirens. Like, I'm gonna be first on.
Is he still doing the chest?
Firefighter, and it just came in.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll let you go. Okay.
It's hard to contemplate what might have happened because your intervention was critical in saving my life.
When you truly save a life, it's an amazing thing. But when it happens to your neighbor, it becomes very personal. It's unbelievably rewarding.
These awards recognize fire service-based EMS systems that played a key role in improving out-of-hospital response and treatment of heart disease and sudden cardiac arrest. From 2001 to 2005, the award recognized public access defibrillation PAD programs by fire and EMS agencies in their communities. In 2005, the criteria were expanded to reflect the 2005 American Heart Association guidelines. This year, applicants needed to show how they have improved the quality of out-of-hospital resuscitation through bystander CPR, dispatcher-assisted CPR, citizen alerting, AED deployment, PAD programs, high-performance resuscitation teams, data collection, and quality improvement initiatives. Each year, we make 2 awards, one for a small mid-sized community with a population of 100,000 or less, and one for a large community with a population over 100,000. The many submissions we received made the selection process challenging for the evaluators who represented EMS chiefs from across the nation. Of interest for the past 3 years was that their decisions on both awards have been unanimous. The recipient of the 2023 IAFC HeartSafe Award for a small, mid-sized community is Bainbridge Island Fire Department in Bainbridge Island, Washington. The Bainbridge Island Fire Department is represented here today by Fire Chief Jared Moravec, and they're joining us live this morning to accept the award. Congratulations, Chief Moravec. So let me tell you a little bit about Bainbridge Island Fire Department. They're a very unique community, and I'm really not surprised to see them winning this award. One of our board members, Paul Berlin, was the EMS chief in Bainbridge Island for many years and was a progressive leader representing the International Fire Chiefs with the American Heart Association, developing guidelines over the years. One of the unique things that made Bainbridge Island eligible for this award was their alliance with the Rotary Club, where a cardiac arrest occurred while the fire chief was attending a Rotary Club meeting, and formed an affiliation with the Rotary Club to place AEDs throughout the island. Interestingly, they put 65 new public access AEDs in their community, which has a population of 25,000 people in 28 square miles. So Bainbridge Island right now is probably one of the highest number of public access defibrillation AEDs in the entire country. And that, along with their other initiatives, have made them eligible for this HeartSafe Award. And here is Chief Moravec. Welcome and congratulations on your award.
Good morning. Thank you, Chief.
You want to say a few words? I just talked a little bit about your work with the Rotary Club.
Yeah, thanks, Chief. I'd love to. On behalf of the men and women of the Bainbridge Island Fire Department and our partners, I'm honored and humbled to accept this award. Chief, I want to thank you and the IAFC for recognizing our efforts on Bainbridge and building and maintaining a system that gives our community a much better chance of a positive outcome if they experience a cardiac event. I think what I appreciate about the HeartSafe Community Award most is that it considers the system as a whole. Fire department responders may be the pointy end of the spear, but really it's our dispatchers, partnering hospitals, community educators, and in our case specifically, our local Rotary Club is what's really making the difference. So what we found on Bainbridge is that a little less ego and a lot more collaboration is what makes the difference. I'm grateful to be able to share what we're doing here with all of you so that you may be able to benefit from some of our experience. Chief, thanks again for this recognition.
Thank you. And thanks for everything you're doing for your community. You're right outside of Seattle, and it sounds like in many ways you have more people trained and more access to AEDs than perhaps anywhere else in the country. So congratulations on your award. Next, I'd like to recognize the recipient of the 2023 International Association of Fire Chiefs HeartSafe Award for a large community. This recipient is the Naperville Fire Department in Naperville, Illinois, and we have Division Chief of Operations, Scott Saleas, who is live with us today to give some brief remarks. Congratulations to Naperville and Chief Saleas. Good morning. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. Are we
How are
ready?
you? Yes.
Hello, everyone. We want to thank you for this award. We appreciate it, and I'm accepting it on behalf of the Naperville Fire Department and all the hard work of the men and women. And with us today, we have our city manager, Doug Krieger. And I want to thank the city for their support and city council and the mayor. They've supported us in this initiative and buying the Zoll compression devices and all the training we've done over the years. And our fire department administration, headed up by our fire chief, Mark Bucknitis, who's here as well. The department has really had the support of the city and our fire department. And the men and women of the fire department have made this program a success because of all their hard work and the training that they put into it. Also with me today, I have our EMS chief, Doug Irwin, and then our EMS training lieutenant, Tammy Morris, and our deputy chief, Phil Giannatasio. Online, we have our Dr. Wilson, who is our PMD at Edward Hospital, and Billy Croft, who's a lieutenant who's in charge of our ACR program. Back in 2019, we started the ACR program when we bought the compression devices, and we started to do training and got the whole department trained, and we started to implement them out in the field. At that time, our numbers were pretty close to average for the country. And as we worked through the calls and we started to tweak the policies and the SOPs based on what we were finding, we were able to increase our save rates and our ROSC numbers. So fast forward into 2021, we had our best year ever. Based on the amount of AEDs and people that we have trained in the community, that's another huge part of it. So calls that we had patients that were witness arrest and CPR was started and or an AED was used, we had a ROSC of 49.1%. So we had some incredible numbers. We've since had everybody in our EMS system go to the same policy for ACR. And then it is now being reviewed by the region, which makes up 4 hospitals in the area. So we're just straight west of Chicago by about 30 miles. So it's been a great road, and we've seen where our data and our hard work of our men and women and the company officers out in the field has taken us. And coincidentally, we did win this award in 2017 for our AED program. And so we're happy that we could build on that program and with the ACR and all the other procedures that we're doing now and win this again. So it really means a lot to us, and we really appreciate the acknowledgement.
Great. And since the AED program, I note that you're using PulsePoint to alert citizens, and you have installed AEDs in virtually every single public building, fitness centers, everywhere in the community has AEDs, and it looks like those are connected to the PSAP so that somebody pulling an AED out alerts 911 when they do that.
Yes, we have about 320 out in the field right now, and we're always trying to expand that program. In fact, we have new Zoll monitors getting delivered today, and then with those, we're going to get new AEDs. And when we cycle out the old AEDs, we're going to be giving them to civic organizations in town that hold monthly meetings. So we want them to have access to AEDs as well.
Excellent. Well, congratulations to Naperville, and keep up the good work. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Next, you'll hear about the James O. Page Award, sponsored by the Public Consulting Group.
Public Consulting Group is honored to be a part of today's events and to sponsor the James O. Page EMS Achievement Award. At PCG, we strive to practice the same core principles that this award represents through our leadership in the public sector, dedication to making meaningful differences in our communities, and our advocacy towards strengthening the role and image of fire service and EMS providers across the country. Every year, James O. Page is remembered as a dedicated leader whose efforts led to the expansion and enhancement of EMS in the fire service. His work is celebrated through the honor of presenting this award to a special individual who has played a key role in creating or promoting non-clinical innovation and achievements in fire-based EMS management and leadership that has had a positive impact across the United States. This award has a rich history and is one that hits home for us all, as one of our very own PCG team members, Ken Riddle, retired deputy chief of the Las Vegas Fire Department, was the recipient of this very award in 2008. PCG has been a dedicated partner of the International Association of Fire Chiefs since 2019, and we assisted fire departments understanding new federal regulations, as well as promoted opportunities to enhance financial resiliency. Through our 5 legal partnership with IAFC, PCG strives to make a difference for the overall good of the fire service as we understand and appreciate the critical role of fire EMS agencies play in providing much needed emergency medical and fire safety services to their communities. PCG remains committed to developing practical solutions to help IAFC members improve operational and financial performance, achieve and maintain compliance with federal regulations, and deliver high-quality community care. Each recipient of the James O. Page Award holds major achievements in fire-based EMS management and should be celebrated for their impactful accomplishments. On behalf of Public Consulting Group, we would like to extend our deepest level of gratitude for the dedication towards fire-based EMS and leadership that has made a positive impact across the nation.
James O. Page EMS Achievement Award. The history of the fire service is marked by traditions handed down from one generation to the next. And today we continue a tradition of recognizing someone who, through their vision and leadership, had a major impact on fire-based EMS. Today's award honors a leader whose efforts made a significant impact on the implementation of emergency medical services into the fire service and brought about a higher level of service to an entire country. Named in honor of James O. Page, a visionary and national fire service and EMS leader for over 3 decades, this award is presented annually to an individual who has played a key role in creating and/or promoting non-clinical innovation and achievements in fire service EMS management and leadership with a positive national impact. Individuals selected for this award must be committed to dedicating and creating a positive image for EMS as a whole while being an advocate of the fire service, devoted to making a difference in the overall good of the fire service, committed to furthering and strengthening the role and image of the fire service and EMS across the country, and have the following qualities: enthusiasm and dedication towards fire service EMS, professionalism and vision, a desire for achievement and a drive for excellence, exemplary performance and leadership qualities. The James O. Page Award for 2023 is Chief Richard W. Patrick, or Rick, as we affectionately call him, the Director of the National Fire and Emergency Medical Services Division for the U.S. Fire Administration. Chief Patrick joined the U.S. Fire Administration in the spring of 2018, and the division that he runs leads the USFA's prevention, EMS, public ed, strategic communications, and response assistant missions. Over his extensive career, Rick Patrick has served in many capacities, including firefighter, fire lieutenant, fire captain, EMT, paramedic, flight medic, administrator, CEO, EMS chief, and chief fire officer. He served as a division fire chief and deputy fire chief for the Estero, Florida Fire Rescue District prior to joining DHS. Chief Patrick began his service with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security in June of 2008 as chief of the Medical First Responder Coordination Division in the DHS Office of Health Affairs, where he led outreach to the first responder community and the development of the department's EMS system. He then served as the Deputy Director and Director of the Workforce Health and Medical Support Division within OHA. And in 2015, Chief Patrick was selected by DHS and served a 1-year Brookings Congressional Legislative Fellowship in the U.S. Senate. He was a senior advisor to First Responder Policy to the Assistant Secretary for Health Affairs and Chief Medical Officer of the DHS prior to joining the U.S. Fire Administration. On the national level, Chief Patrick has been actively involved with emergency service organizations, taking on key leadership positions, and is a seasoned public speaker. He served as chair of the Congressional Fire Services Institute National Advisory Committee, was a former chair of the NAEMT Health and Safety Task Group, and serves as a member on several NFPA technical committees. He's a member of the College of Fellows of the International Academy of Emergency Dispatch, And Chief Patrick holds a master's degree in public safety management from St. Joseph's University in Philadelphia. He's a certified paramedic, firefighter, and chief executive officer. And I think I could go on, but I think no person is more deserving of this award this year than Rick Patrick. So welcome, Rick, and thank you for joining us.
Mike, thank you very much. What an honor, humbled to say the least. You know, when I think of what's going on in EMS and the fire service today, I have to just say that right off the bat, I remember my very first incident as a primary care responder and provider. I was a young firefighter already at the time, but in circa, dating myself, 1979, you know, the tones went off just like emergency. And some of you know what I'm referencing there, but this time it's real. And it's me, East Hanover Township, Route 743 and Route 22 for a motor vehicle accident with entrapment. Engine Company 39, Life Squad 39, Rescue 82, Ambulance 48, Medic 4. It was like, wow. My first call as a newly released EMT on a quick response medical unit. Excitement galore from my standpoint. After all, it was all about helping and is those in need. I remember the call vividly as if it just happened. Double fatality, teenagers. I was still a teenager. Haunts me to this day. That's telling, because I share this openly as behavioral health and mental health impacts of what emergency medical and fire services personnel confront every day and today. And it is certainly nothing to brush off your shoulder. A sound message. But coupled with that in servant leadership, which what we are in the emergency services, I believe one must also lead with emotional intelligence to help address and mitigate this situation for those serving today as we go forward. I am truly humbled to receive this award. I have been so privileged to ride the shoulders of many formidable leaders in EMS and the profession of paramedicine. The list is lengthy, but I must point to some admirable people who inspired, guided, and mentored without me even knowing. Maybe they didn't know either. The people I need to thank range from my first volunteer fire chief, John Nelligan, who inspired me to get involved in a local ambulance service, to the nurse who taught me how to do drug calculations, to my first preceptor, and then the EMT who years later told me never forget where you came from. But I do have some names I have to call out. Special thanks to Steve Forey, Dr. Jesse Weigel, Craig Davis, Rich Schreffler, Art Glatfelder, Scott Stein, Doug Wolfberg, Walt Stoy, Drew Dawson, Gary Wingrove, Jeff Lindsay, Mary Beth Mikas, Rob Brown, Ken Riddle, Mark Lockhart, Norris Kroom, yourself, Mike, Dr. Dennis O'Neill, Dr. John Kramer, and the list goes on. But interestingly enough, and most important for this recognition, James O'Page, who I first met in Westchester, Pennsylvania at an EMS conference in the early 1980s. I even have a personally autographed copy of Jim's from that event. Over time, I got to know Jim, and we even co-spoke together at 2 national EMS conferences. One humbling experience and a keynote that Jim was giving was a recognition that he gave me for the emergency vehicle operations and safety risk management that I was working on extensively at that time. It was always a pleasure to be in the presence of Jim. But through people like yourself, Mike, in the EMS section at the IAFC, also had the opportunity to meet one of my childhood heroes, Randy Mantooth, on a number of occasions and even have dinner with him. But last and certainly not least, I would be remiss not to mention my dad, who inspired me to live my dream of becoming a paramedic and a firefighter at a very young age, and to my wife, Linda, who who walks alongside me with unimaginable support. To anyone watching, I ask you to just say this to yourself. Within me, I have the power to seize the hour, to live my dreams. Think about that. Author unknown, but that quote has stuck with me for decades, and it played no small part in my career. And maybe perhaps most importantly, I believe that knowing that what you do makes a difference makes all the difference. And in EMS and those providing that service across the spectrum certainly make a difference. So thank you again for this recognition and for doing what you do every day.
Thank you, Rick. That was truly some inspirational words, and many of the people who you named as mentors are former recipients of this James O. Page Award. So it certainly shows that you are a person who keeps some excellent company and has done tremendous things over the course of your career to help the fire-based EMS service and EMS as a whole. We really appreciate and congratulate you for this award. Well deserved. Thanks again for joining us today. And
thank you.
Welcome back. I would like to introduce our first speaker on leadership fundamentals, Jim Lydon, who is the Director of Leadership Development for All American Leadership, a consulting company. Jim is a fire service professional who served over 40 years in positions ranging from firefighter to fire chief. Additionally, he has served as assistant city manager and an acting city manager. His formal education includes a master's degree in organizational leadership. Jim is currently committed to helping others grow as leaders through coaching and development programs.
Good morning. Welcome to Fire Rescue Med 2023, and in particular, this presentation this morning regarding leadership. Specifically today, I'm going to talk to you about something we refer to as the fundamentals of leadership. My name is Jim Lydon, and I am currently a Director of Leadership Development with All American Leadership. My background, I spent just over 40 years engaged in the fire service. I had the opportunity to work from the entry level up to being a fire chief and ultimately ending up in the city manager's office for a period of time where I was the acting assistant city manager and a couple of months as the acting city manager as the organization went through a senior leadership change. My practical leadership experience dates back to the early part of my career when I was engaged as a member of the Firefighters Association and eventually assumed the role of president of that organization that I served in that capacity for 4 years with some additional time in other capacities. But in that role, I provided leadership relative to labor management relationships, contract negotiations, representing employees during disciplinary processes, that type of activity. I also was a supervisor in the fire department. I was a company officer for a number of years. I was a battalion chief and then the fire chief. And then, of course, as the time I spent in the city manager, I was, leading at a much higher level. I also provided leadership oversight for projects. Some of those were significant. Some of them involved changes to an organization that reduced staffing and ended up with employees who, no longer had a job. Again, a lot of learning about leadership practically during those times. For a period of my career, I was also a small business owner. And as such, I was responsible for providing all the leadership associated with operating that small business. I've been involved with community groups. I've served on a board for a nonprofit organization. Again, all of this bringing some level of leadership, practical leadership experience to me. My journey through leadership, though, started early in my career, as I mentioned, but I worked in an organization that I would say was generally operated under sort of an autocratic leadership style. And this was something that didn't really resonate with me. And I was really looking for some alternatives to that type of leadership. And so I started doing a lot of reading, reading articles in magazines, reading books from the military, reading books from the business world, etc., searching out for something different. And it was during that process, probably in the early 1990s, that I came across this discussion or conversation about servant leadership. And that was something that started to resonate with me, something that I thought I could get behind, and really felt that that was what I wanted to be like. And so, I continued that path, but because of the organization structure, the leadership at the time, it really took a good 10 to maybe even 15 years before I could really start to engage and move forward with those concepts of servant leadership. As far as education goes, I consider myself a lifelong learner. I'm still learning today. I'm still exploring a variety of subjects to gain greater knowledge and understanding of them. Early in my career, my learning was really focused on the fundamental skills necessary to perform the task or job at hand at the time. It wasn't until I moved through my career a little bit more that I started to pursue some formal education, like an associate's degree and a bachelor's degree, and then ultimately a master's degree in organizational leadership based on the concept of servant leadership. My engagement with All American Leadership started in 2020 as a client. I was working for an organization at the time that we brought All American Leadership in to do some cultural assessment work for us, but also to provide some leadership development training during that period of time. When I retired in 2021, I was asked by the leadership of the organization there if I would be willing to come on board and help them with the delivery of their product. I agreed to that, started out slowly assisting as a guest facilitator at some of their Leadership Academy sessions. And then most recently this year, I was asked if I would come on board to assist with the full delivery of a Leadership Academy that we do over a period of about 7 months. So I'm currently engaged in that co-facilitator role with another member of the staff. And we're currently putting on a 7-month Leadership Academy that's fire service based. We have approximately 35 participants from 4 different states, and this is a virtual delivery format that we're using for this program. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that program coming up. We also do coaching or provide coaching to those participants in our leadership program. And so I've gone out and sought some formal training in the concept of coaching. And in addition to working for All American Leadership and doing coaching through that aspect, I'm also associated with another organization that provides coaching opportunities for first responders. So that's probably enough about my background, but hopefully that gives you enough information to have the trust in me that the information I'm going to share with you will be of value and comes from a perspective of experienced leadership. And we're going to talk about trust as we go through this presentation. So I think it's important to highlight that, this step that I just went through is a process about building trust with you, the audience, to be willing to sit and listen to the presentation that I'm going to give you here today. So with that in mind, I want to talk a little bit about the developmental framework that we use to help people grow in their development as leaders. So we start at the bottom of this diagram with the concept of leading self. And this is where we take the time with individuals to help them understand more about themselves and how they're leading themselves through life. And we work on such things as the development of an individual purpose statement. We talk a lot about values. We talk about the concept of mindset. We talk about, being more self-aware, talk about integrity. Once we have the individuals sort of dialed in at this concept of leading self, then we start to step up the chart. And so then we move up to leading in relationships. So in this case, we're talking about that one-on-one type of relationship that involves leadership. So the key components of this step are the concepts of things like communications and trust. We certainly talk about some emotional intelligence. We talk about empathy, but it really is about some of the trust building and the communications stuff that's necessary to build that relationship and to have that relationship that allows for leading to take place. We then take the next step to where we're going to talk about leading in teams. And this is, think of your small unit leadership type of concept, where you're leading maybe 2 to 4 or 5 other people on a team. And so in this layer, we start to talk about things like leaders' intent, coaching. And I mentioned, my involvement in coaching, but as leaders or managers or supervisors, or however you want to term your role, coaching can be a valuable tool to help develop the people that you're trying to lead. We talk about empowerment, and we talk about the concept of leading up. And sometimes that is a necessary skill that you have to have as a leader when you're in that team level or, somewhere in the mid-level of an organization. And once we've finished up with the concepts of leading in teams, then we start to bump up to the final step where we talk about leadership or leading in organizations. And this could be leading at, say, the division level within a large organization, or it could be bumping up to potentially the senior leader of an organization. But we're talking about, where you have multiple teams working within the organization or underneath your leadership to deliver the services of the organization to whomever we're there to support. So at this level, we start to talk about the purpose of the organization, or an organizational purpose statement. We talk about ethos. We talk a lot about culture. So that's sort of the framework that we will take an individual through when we're talking about leadership development. And in the center of the diagram, there's some steps that are important as we go up through that chart. And so from leading self to leading in relationships, communication is important. The leading in relationships, it's about the trust, and that gets you to that next level to where you're leading in teams. Then we talk about alignment, and we'll talk a little bit later on about alignment, but that's the next step. You bring those people that make up the team into alignment, and then you move up to that organizational level where we talk about things like accountability or maybe what we term ownership as being important, all of which leads to performance. And that's what we're trying to achieve with our development process, is to have leaders who are able to lead in high-performing organizations. So currently we have 7 leadership fundamentals that we talk about within our programs. And they are mindset, the accountability ladder, behavioral integrity, or what we refer to as our ARDA model, trust, align, and perform, flow, caring and challenging, and deliberate practice. And we're going to try to go through as many of these fundamentals today as we can, but given the time constraints of the presentation, we may not be able to hit on all of them. And at the end of the day, I will give you some information where you can go and research more or ask for more information about these fundamentals. So we're going to talk now about our trust, align, and performance model. So trust. We've talked about trust and about building trust, but we're going to, go into this a little bit more in detail now. So what we know from an author Dan Coyle, who writes about culture, we understand from his information and reading his literature that for teams to perform at their best, they need to be aligned with a common purpose, shared values, and a sense of trust that exists between its members. So we think trust is sort of the foundational start to achieving a highly successful or high-performing team. We've heard a lot about trust and how trust is built, how trust can be mutual, how important trust is. But we also talk a lot about how trust can be lost. And one thing we do know is that when trust is lost, it's very hard to rebuild. It takes a long time to build it in the first place. But when the trust has been violated, it really can be damaging to the relationship and makes it very difficult to move forward. Today, there is a belief that the loss of trust and confidence in leaders and organizations is at the root of some of the many workforce issues that may be in place today. So how do we build trust? So there's 6 things that I'm going to talk about that have a lot that go into the concept of building trust. The first has to do with character. And having character as a leader means things like you remain optimistic even when challenges arise. To motivate others, you need to be clear about what motivates you, what inspires you, what your values are, and how you show your integrity. It means being clear and truthful about what you want and what you stand for. The next one we'll talk about is the concept of caring. And caring means that you show your concern and sensitivity towards others. It includes responding to others' needs, showing interest, taking the needs of the organization or team or the individuals to heart. You must be supportive and willing to give credit to others when due. Next, we want to talk about competence. To build trust, having competence, the ability to make smart decisions and knowing how and where to get the information you need to make those decisions. When you're willing to expand your knowledge in the field and share with others, others will have more trust in your ability to guide them towards top-notch performance. Consistency, again, this is about building trust. So being consistent in by establishing a history of reliable and dependable behavior. People want to know that you're going to follow through on your commitments. Take personal responsibility for your choices. Sometimes standing by the decisions you take, even when they're unpopular. The next element for building trust is about credibility. That means that you consistently fulfill the expectations people have of you. Your actions affect, you need to understand how your actions affect others in the organization. You need to seek constant constructive feedback, and you have to have the courage to admit your mistakes, stay calm, respond to new information. These are all components of credibility. And finally, communications. Your verbal and nonverbal communication skills help people feel comfortable, listened to, understood. Key components of building trust through that communications aspect. So those 6 elements really get to key components as having as a leader to be able to build trust. So on our chart, we talk about psychological safety, a sense of belonging, and a willingness to be vulnerable. And if you think back to what I said about those 6 elements about that help us build trust, you will should be able to see where if I'm demonstrating those skills as I'm building trust, I will be creating that psychological safety. I will show a sense of belonging or create that sense of belonging. And I will have demonstrated a willingness to be vulnerable. So now we want to talk about this concept of alignment. And I mentioned earlier the idea of a shared purpose or a common purpose. So what is purpose? Purpose is why we're here. We talk about shared lived values. And I'm not talking about values that are written up on a wall and just there. We're talking about lived values. And are they talked about? Are they recognized? Do we understand what the behaviors are that demonstrate continuity or those values with those values? The values are basically what we stand for. And then we talk about vision. Vision is where we're going. We have goals, which is what we want to accomplish. We establish priorities, which is where we need to focus ourselves. And we have roles, and we understand who's accountable for what. So when we're talking about alignment, we're talking about bringing all that together to support this common purpose, to support these shared lived values. One thing that we need to talk about when we talk about values is our selection of people for our organization. What is it that they bring to the table? Do their values align with those of the organization? If they don't, then they're probably not a good fit for the organization. So we really want to tie that together. So now we have trust, we have this alignment, which then leads to performance. And what we're looking for with the performance aspect is that we're reinforcing things like leaders' intent, the habits and cultural stuff of the organization, the structure of the organization. We need to reinforce those regularly. And this is a dynamic that works together. Now, if we lose trust, if we have that impact on trust, the performance will be affected. So will the alignment, most likely. If we have trust, but we're not aligned with these common purpose and shared values, then we're not going to be successful at performance either. So both of them go hand in hand to this concept of performance. So I'm going to leave it at that. That's the discussion of the concept of trust, alignment, and performance. The next item we're going to talk about is caring and challenging. And so the questions are things like, do you consistently balance caring and challenging? Do you think it matters? Do your teammates, your family, people you know, do they feel like you care about their well-being? Do you care enough about these people to challenge them when they're not meeting the standard or not being good teammates? Can you effectively challenge people without caring about them and expect them to perform with maximum effort? And then the final question would be, does one need to come before the other? So I'm going to talk a little bit about the model here. And so let's talk about neglect. If we're in a situation where we're not providing those necessary caring attributes, we're not looking out for our people, we're not assessing their needs and addressing their needs, and we're not challenging them to grow or to expand their knowledge base and expand their engagement in the organization, say, then we're operating in this arena of neglect. If all we do is challenge our people, push them, work them hard, force them to grow or try to help them grow, but we don't demonstrate those caring attributes, as I mentioned previously, then we're in this area where we talk about being abusive, taking advantage of them, only challenging them, using them, shall we say, but not really caring to meet their personal needs. The flip side of that, it would be where we're not challenging anybody, and all we're doing is working on those caring aspects, those what are their needs, and paying attention to their needs, providing them with support and hugs, for lack of a better term, but not challenging them to grow or take on other projects. This is this permissive area that we talk about. So we think about this in the realm of, that fire station out in the distance where the supervisor really takes care of their people, makes sure their needs are met, but never really pushes them to grow. You may have people that bid for that assignment or desire to go work there because they like that permissive situation. They're not going to be challenged, but they're going to be taken care of. But that doesn't serve the organization. What we really need to do is balance this caring and challenging so that we are operating in this arena of trust. We are taking care of the needs of our people, at which they recognize and understand that we are doing that for them, which then allows us to push them to grow, to take on special projects, those types of things. They trust that we have their back, as we've demonstrated through our caring. We trust that through our caring, they're going to rise to the occasion and meet the challenge. And that develops that trust. So I think that's enough for now about caring and challenging. So we'll talk now about the concept of flow. So what is flow? Think about the last time you were completely immersed in a particular activity. You lost track of time. Your concentration was at its maximum. It was instantly clear what to do next and how. All the distractions of the day just sort of faded away. We refer to this as flow. And flow is, it's a balance, shall we say, of the degree of competence or skill and the degree of challenge involved in a particular situation. So I want to walk through the boxes or the pies here, whatever you want to refer to them as. So we'll start with apathy. Apathy is when there's a near absence of both challenge and skill requirement. Boredom is a situation where an activity poses low degree of challenge, but performing it requires maybe a moderate skill. Worry has that moderate challenge, and it slightly maybe exceeds the skill of the person performing it. Relaxation, where an activity is moderately challenging and slightly exceeds the skill level of the person performing it. Control is an activity that requires a high skill, but the challenge, the person, they've already mastered it. Let me correct that. Control is where the activity has a high skill, but it represents only moderate challenge. Anxiety occurs when an activity is challenging, but the person performing it lacks the skill. Arousal, again, the activity is challenging and the person is moderately skilled. What we're looking at with flow is where we're at peak challenge and peak skill. And when an individual has both of those, then they have that ability to get in that flow mode that I described previously. So we've sort of simplified the model a bit. We've taken some of the extra words out of it. We still talk about challenge and competence, but we talk about this flow zone. You'll see anxiety and boredom are on there, and those sort of serve as the guardrails. And so what we're trying to do here, or to demonstrate here, is that as leaders, we need to balance that skill or competence with the level of challenge to keep people in that center point, moving in the flow zone, moving towards flow, and staying out of, say, anxiety or boredom. So that's the concept of flow, or as we refer to here, the flow zone. So we'll talk now about mindset. So mindset, finite or infinite potential. It's our choice. The concept of mindset, there's two sides to it. There's the fixed mindset and there's the growth mindset. So the concept of a fixed mindset is people believe that basic qualities are fixed. You're born with them. You have them or you don't. Whether it's natural talent, that type of thing. We don't think that's the case. We want you to focus on this concept of a growth mindset. And a growth mindset is where you believe in this sort of infinite potential, the potential to develop the skills and ability that you need to be successful and do great work. The growth mindset, it's really about this love of learning and the resilience on the path to accomplishment. We also talk about growth mindset with things like, what does a growth mindset need? It's about being curious. It's that curiosity. It's that willingness to explore. It's looking for the opportunity to thrive. We see this in a lot of different scenarios. Eduardo Brasino, in a TED Talks presentation about growth mindset, he talks about the concept of yet, the word yet, a simple 3-letter word. And when we attach that to a statement, say we've taken on or been asked to take on some sort of task or do something that's new to us or that we struggle with, and we say, I can't do X. If we say, I can't do X yet, right there gives us that potential for that infinite potential. The idea that I may not be able to do it now, but I can do it in the future because I can learn how to do it. I can develop the skills. I can read books about it. I can go to YouTube and learn about it. All those different things that we can do to learn the necessary skills or gain the knowledge or whatever to actually do something that we haven't done before, or to get better at something that we do. And that's that concept of growth mindset, that curiosity, the willingness to explore, that looking for the ability to thrive or be challenged. As leaders, we want to have a growth mindset about ourselves and our ability to grow, but we also need to have a growth mindset about the growth mindset of our people. If we have this mindset that we've pigeonholed somebody for some reason into a corner because we developed this sort of fixed mindset about their ability to develop a skill or grow, then we're not serving them like we need to. What we need to be able to do is recognize the fact that these people have potential. The question is, how do we get that potential to come forward and help them grow? If we don't have a growth mindset about someone's ability to grow or to have their own growth mindset, then we end up pigeonholing to the detriment of the team or the organization. So we want to avoid that. So that's the concept that we talk about when we talk about growth mindset. So here's some phrases that might help you understand a little bit more about, what is growth mindset. So we talk about skills and intelligence. Somebody with a fixed mindset would say things like, I'm stuck with what I was born with. The growth mindset individual will say, I can grow and improve at anything. When we talk about challenges, somebody with a fixed mindset, I give up, I get frustrated, I avoid them. That growth mindset person is going to say things like, I dig in, I show grit, and I embrace them. We talk about mistakes. The person with a growth mindset will indicate that they use them to learn and grow and measure progress. Contrasted to those folks with the fixed mindset that they hate them, they avoid them, they feel bad when they make a mistake. They don't have that growth. The mistake doesn't generate growth. Someone with a growth mindset recognizes that, hey, we're not perfect. We're going to make mistakes. The key is we learn from them and we grow. So now we're going to talk about the concept of the accountability ladder. So the accountability ladder is basically broken into two sections by this line in the middle. We talk about above the line and below the line. So the below the line steps represent a victim type behavior. And it starts at the bottom with sort of being unaware or unconscious. And this is an individual that just doesn't even know there's a problem or a situation that exists around them. And they might say things like, I didn't know, or no one ever told me. As we move up the rungs of this ladder, we get to blaming others. So the person might be aware, right? So we're getting a little bit higher on that awareness level. So they might have a bit of awareness of something, but they're not willing to take on any responsibility associated with it. They choose to blame others. Things like, you weren't clear. It's not my fault. As we jump up to making excuses or the I can't statement, again, this person knows that there's something around them. There's a situation or a problem. But again, they're still not willing to take on the responsibility for their part of the situation. And they'll say things like, I can't because, or, well, that's the way it's always been here. So we make excuses about things. The next one, before we get to the line, is this concept of wait and hope. And this is a person that's aware of the situation, but they sort of take this passive approach, this wait and see approach. They think maybe it'll resolve itself or it'll just go away. So they're operating from that hope mode. And we all know that hope really isn't a plan. Where we want to get people to is, whether it's leaders or people that we're leading, we want to get people above the line. We want them to acknowledge the reality, which means that they know that there's a situation and they know that something needs to be done about it, but they might say something like, I should have done it. They know it's there, they're sort of engaged, but not totally yet. Then we start to talk about the concept of owning it or ownership. And so in this level, they know there's a problem or a situation, and they're willing to own their part of it. And they'll say things like, I won't make that mistake again. So that's owning it, right? They had a situation, they made a mistake, they learn from it, and they go, I'm not going to do that again. When we get to the finding solutions level, this is again somebody who knows the problem, taking responsibility for their part. They're actively committing to finding a solution. And they might say something like, here's what I'm going to do about it. The final rung on the ladder is this make it happen mode. And this is where, ideally we want everybody to be. Person's truly accountable. They acknowledge the problem. They own their part. They find a solution. And then they say, I'm on it. and they put that solution into action. So that's a key step to it. So we moved from this sort of like total unaware level at the bottom to this make it happen, or what we call self-awareness, where they understand it, they understand their role in it, and they own it, and they make things happen. We want to get our people up to this level. So how can you use this tool with your people? For example, let's say you're having a sit down with an employee and you're talking about performance on a project or an assignment. You could have this little tool here with you, and you could listen for the statements they make. What are they saying? Are they describing the status of this project in this victim sort of behavior area, or are they talking about their engagement and participation in the project and how they're managing it, or whatever, in that ownership aspect, the above the line? Pay attention to what they're saying. Figure out where they fit on the ladder. If they're in an area on this ladder where you're not comfortable with them being, where you want them to be higher, then have a discussion and show them where you think they fall and where you would like them to be, and develop a plan for how you can get them to have a growth mindset about improving up the ladder. So hopefully I just kind of brought a couple of these fundamentals together for you to understand how they can be intertwined or interrelated. So that's the accountability ladder. Certainly encourage you to play with it. You can find more information about it out there on the internet and learn more about it on your own. But I think it's a good tool that you could use, again, to help with some of the motivation and work with some of the people that you're leading. Our next model is our behavioral integrity model, what we call the ARDA model. And this is awareness, reasoning, decision, and then action. And it's really about, understanding what the moment is about, the things you should consider, and what you should commit to. So that's the awareness, reasoning, and decision. And then the action is, what are you doing to, meet your commitment or your decision, staying true to your values, that type of thing. But what we know is that there's a gap. And this model was adapted from the United States Air Force Academy, where one of our colleagues served as one of their directors of development for leadership, and kind of used this model and talks a lot about this model. But he talks about this gap, and what he talks about in the gaps where you see these pressures, right? We have this difficulty getting from decision to action because of the pressures that are there. And he describes these pressures by doing an exercise with ropes. And these pressures can be things like the voices in your head telling you one thing, or don't do this, or something like that. And they could be the voices of other people that are, pulling you back from going forward and being the person you want to be, or, following through on your commitment, or that type of thing. And then he talks about a third element, which is those people that you can surround yourself with that will help you get across that gap. And he refers to these people as rope handlers. And, again, he does this demonstration with the ropes holding you back, and then the rope that could help pull you across. I talk about this as my circle, and I talk about this from the standpoint of within my organization. In the early part of my career, I had a large circle. And as I moved up through the career, that circle became smaller and smaller. I had to get to this point where I had this sort of finite circle of people that I could rely on to give me good counsel, to help me make those transitions from decision to action easier, to narrow that gap. And so that's what we're talking about here, is how do we narrow that gap? How do we get from decision to action and maintaining our integrity? And so some of this has to do, again, like I said, with the concept of having rope handlers or a circle, people who can give you good counsel to help you bridge those, overcome those pressures, those voices in your head, or those voices of other people, naysayers that are distracting you from moving forward and taking the action that you believe in and that you need to do. So that's a very brief summary of our ARDA model. But still on the concept of behavioral integrity and building trust, am I doing what I say I'm going to do? What I say and what I do need to be in alignment, parallel with each other, on the right track. If they're not, then we get out of alignment and we develop what we call this trust gap. And the trust gap is a challenge for us. So I'm going to go back to the first presentation part of here. I like to refer to this as a set of railroad tracks, parallel tracks. What I say and what I do are in parallel. That trust relationship that I'm working on is the train on those tracks. And as long as what I'm saying and what I'm doing are in alignment, those tracks stay in alignment, that trust relationship is able to continue down the tracks and keep going. But what we know is when the tracks become out of alignment, maybe I'm not doing what I say, we have a derailment that occurs. And we know from our experience that derailments take a lot of work to get those tracks back in alignment and get all those cars back up onto the tracks and get the train moving down the tracks again. The same thing occurs with trust, right? If our tracks get out of alignment, our relationship derails. And it's going to take a lot of work and effort to get that relationship back together, get those tracks parallel, and get the trusted relationship that we had moving back down the tracks again. So we are running short on time here. So deliberate practice, I just want to hit really quick. So deliberate practice is where we talk about ultimately wanting to get people to that green box or that green line on the graph rather. People are constantly into flow. That's the ultimate goal. And unfortunately, we don't have the time to really go in depth into this model, but this is the other one of our current fundamentals that we talk about. What we are exploring now are things more about awareness, and this may become a more talked about fundamental that we deliver in our program. But we're talking about this awareness and awareness of what's in our mind, our body, the space we're in, the relationships we're in. That all ties into awareness, but it also ties into this gap type of thing that we talked about in our ARDA model. We also talk about a gap between, say, a stimulus and an action. And what we found sometimes is we need to expand that gap. Unlike the ARDA model where we're talking about trying to decrease the gap so we can get across it, here we're talking about the idea of broadening that gap between the stimulus and the action. Because we all know sometimes when we're stimulated and we rush to a decision and an action, it may not have the outcome that we desire. So again, a lot more to awareness coming. We are starting to dive into this a little bit deeper and explore this further. The other element that we're exploring quite a bit about is this expedition behavior. And we understand expedition behavior because we actually participate in expeditions, and we host an executive leadership expedition for some of our clients or the people that are involved with our organization. But pretty much simply the concept of this expedition behavior is that in that process of being engaged in a project or a relationship or whatever, that you are willing to do a little bit more than your share of any task or mission or the effort you put into the relationship. Now, again, this is early discussion that we're talking about and having with respect to this potential future fundamental for our leadership program. So that wraps up. We're going to move into a question and answer period here shortly. But before we do that, I do want to put up some information on how to get a hold of me. Again, my name is Jim Leyden. My email address is there on the screen, jleyden@allamericanleadership.com. That is my cell phone number. You are welcome to reach out to me via that number at any time. And you can find out more about the information I shared here and more about the information All American Leadership has, the programs we have, the different opportunities that you may have to reach out to us and ask us questions. You can look at our website at allamericanleadership.com. I want to thank you for participating in today's presentation. I really want to thank you for your commitment to the profession and to personal growth by being here and being present within this program that you're attending this year. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Chief Leyden. That was an excellent presentation. So, thanks for joining us live for some Q&A. I don't see questions in the chat right now, but let me ask you a little bit. In the beginning of your presentation, you talked about the concept of leading up, and can you expand on that a little bit more?
Sure. I've found in my experience that at times, in your role, the person above you may not have an understanding of a particular challenge that you're having. And so the concept of leading up is being able to, communicate your needs in an upward way to your supervisor or upper leadership in order to, I'll say, garner the necessary support for you to be effective. And sometimes we struggle with that because we're subordinate and we don't understand that it's okay to express. Sometimes it could even be, frustrations or challenges that you're experiencing in your relationship with your supervisor or your upper leadership. And so that ability to have those conversations and let your needs be known upward helps you to be more effective.
And you see that as a proactive thing that leaders should be doing on a routine basis, not just when there's a problem.
Yeah, it's all about good communications for sure. But I'll give an example. Say you're at the battalion chief level and you have a peer-to-peer relationship with your peers, but maybe you're not all on the same page, and your counterparts are going upwards to the deputy chief or whatever is above you, and and then it's coming down to you, and maybe what you need to be able to do is facilitate some better peer-to-peer kind of relationship. And so the conversation with your superior may be, what would help me, what I need from you is when those people come to you with those questions or whatever, to see if you can't push them back to come peer-to-peer, because that'll help me grow and help me be more effective and keep things off of your desk. And so that's an idea that, or an example of sort of what I'm talking about, is that ability to regularly converse about your needs upward, so that you're getting the type of support you need from above.
You also spend a little bit of time talking about verbal, nonverbal communication skills. And I think that's in your experience in dealing with the fire service, and I know you've worked with a large number of departments with All American Leadership, what are some of the things that you see where there's opportunity for improvement in people's communication skills?
So I think critical communications, critical events, they're uncomfortable. Those conversations that go, about difficult subjects, shall we say, they put you in an uncomfortable position. And we as humans don't like to be uncomfortable. We very much like to create our comfort zone. And so we will avoid those difficult communications, and for the purpose of maintaining comfort. And in doing so, we oftentimes allow issues to grow to an extent where it's not necessary. If we would have just had the conversation early on, we would we would cut things off, and we wouldn't have a crisis, right? We wouldn't have some event that ends up in the fire chief's office, for instance. We're resolving it by having these communications. But oftentimes we get up in the morning and there's that pit in your stomach knowing that I've got to go into the office and have this conversation with somebody, and I'm uncomfortable. And so I might find reasons to avoid the conversation. And so the encouragement there is to develop communication skills and develop those understandings of the importance of communications and the ability to have those types of uncomfortable conversations, I think is one of the things that I've experienced.
Okay. What other points would you think would be important for our listeners to, based on your experience in working with the fire service?
So I think there's a lot to be said about communication skills, and oftentimes, we have camaraderie in the firehouse, we have good relationships, etc. But I think we struggle with those difficult conversations, and I think people need to spend more time in the firehouse, working through those types of things. I often tell people that I'm mentoring or coaching up to the promotions. They often want to focus on the idea of the tactical side, and we put a lot of energy into tactical exercises and things like that for good reason. I mean, we want our people to be proficient, but we don't spend a lot of time on these human resources elements, like how to have difficult conversations. And I'll tell people, there's no fire still burning in any of the communities I worked in. They all went out. We put them out in some way. But what is burning every day are the fires in the firehouse, the relationships that are occurring, those incidents or things that are occurring in the firehouse that are allowed to continue because we don't have conversations about it, or we don't know how to have conversations about those issues and resolve them before they become so large that they end up in the fire chief's office.
Here's a question that one of our audience members just submitted. And they said, in our profession, we're typically very humble. And how would you suggest that we kind of break out of that that mold that we live in and describe the hard work and praise our folks for the hard work that they've done every day, not just to our bosses, but to our city managers, to our communities, to our citizens, without sounding as though we're bragging?
Well, I've always said that we need to tell our story, and we need to be willing to, be out there and tell people, what we do and why we do what we do and why we're proud of what we do, all those types of things. We need to be the ones telling our story. If we're not telling our story, somebody else is going to tell a story for us, and it may not be the story we want being told about us. And so I think it's important for people, we all get that, comment made to us, thank you for your service or whatever. And, it puts us in an awkward position where we say, you're welcome. And, it's my job or something like that. And there's probably better ways to acknowledge that. And maybe you can engage in a conversation where you actually get comfortable with that, and you tell the story about why you do what you do, and service to the community or whatever it might be. But I think we need to be in a position where we are actually touting ourselves, for lack of a better term, telling our story, getting it out there so that somebody's not doing it for us.
Great. Well, I appreciate your joining us this morning and being available to answer some questions. Any other closing words that you'd like to offer?
No, I just really thank you for the opportunity to participate in the program and deliver a message of some things that I do believe are key to leadership within our
profession.
Thank you. Valuable information. Much appreciated. Thanks for your time. I'd like to introduce one of our key supporters for Fire Rescue Med, First Do.
For years, the demands on fire and EMS agencies have been growing, but the software solutions your agency uses every day have not kept up. Fire chiefs across the world struggle with disconnected applications that do not talk to each other, outdated software that's difficult to use and maintain, and vendors who fail to innovate and support their customers. This is having a real impact on your operation. More staff hours due to lack of automation and duplicate data entry, higher total cost of ownership and maintenance cost of disparate systems, lack of visibility into each aspect of an operation, an increased risk to personnel and the community, impacting ISO and accreditation. But that's changing. At First Do, we are reimagining fire and EMS software by allowing you to run your entire operation in a single platform, from pre-incident planning, fire prevention, community engagement, incident reporting, scheduling and personnel management, assets and inventory, and mobile response. Accessible on any device, anytime, so you and your personnel can be prepared for anything. We are a different type of software company. We are one cloud-based system, so you are always on the latest version and have all of your data in one place. We are focused on partnering with you and continually innovating so that you stay ahead of the curve. And we give you access to your data anywhere, anytime, on any device. At First Do, we are focused on building innovative solutions to real-world challenges, always laser-focused on response and interoperability, ensuring first responders have the information they need at the time of dispatch in a format they can consume in seconds across jurisdiction and agencies. First Do customers reduce cost, increase efficiency, and ultimately have greater visibility into their operation. Ready for the last piece of software you will ever need to buy? See how First Do will make a difference for your agency today.
I'd like to introduce a personal friend, our next speaker, David Page. He's going to talk to us today about translating research into practice, a pretty contemporary and actually a hot topic now that we have so many pre-hospital research groups like the Pre-Hospital Guidelines Consortium. David is the director of the Pre-Hospital Care Research Forum at UCLA. He is a field paramedic in Allina EMS in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area and serves as the chair of the International Paramedic Registry. He's got over 37 years of street experience, and he still loves working his ambulance shifts the best.
Thanks for having me as part of the IAFC Fire Rescue Med this year. A pleasure and an honor always to collaborate with this forum. Last time I think it was that I was involved in it, we were in Las Vegas, so a little different this time. But we're going to talk a little bit about translating research into practice and why we need more research in EMS and how we go about using the research that is there. So my name is Dave Page. I am the director of the Pre-Hospital Care Research Forum at UCLA. I still work as a paramedic currently at Allina Health here in Minneapolis, St. Paul. And if you have any questions, want to reach out to me, if you'd like some of the links that I've provided or just want to engage with the research forum, I am happy to receive a text message or email. So please do feel free to communicate. Text messages and email are great. So let's talk a little bit about research. And usually people go, really? Why? Are you kidding me? Is this really part of the conference? And usually I have a pocket protector and microscope. No. Really, I think research is all about, a little bit looking at the voodoo, at the crystal ball, at what maybe is coming in the future and what has come in the past, and using science to advance EMS. So at the Pre-Hospital Care Research Forum, We have a mission to assist, recognize, and disseminate research conducted at all provider levels. So we think EMTs, paramedics, firefighters, and line personnel, as well as leaders, should be doing research. And we kind of try to walk the walk. We do a few things with the research forum, shameless plug. But a lot of people don't know about the PCRF. So just a tiny bit here about us. We do have a call for abstracts. So if you do have research, we take the research and disseminate it. We rank it, peer review it, and publish it. And the current call for abstracts is open till June 30th, 2023. So please, submit your stuff if you have any to submit. And this will be presented at EMS World Expo in conjunction with the conference at what we call the International Scientific EMS Symposium, September 18th through 22 this year in New Orleans. Now, we do publish the abstracts in conjunction with Pre-Hospital Emergency Care. It's the peer-reviewed journal that is the official journal for a bunch of our associations, including the National Registry, the National Association of EMTs, the National Association of EMS Educators, the National Association of EMS Physicians. And this year, if you submit to us, you can also present and also submit to the NAEMSP meeting in January. They'll be published in the same PEC article. So PEC is a peer-reviewed journal that's ranked in the top 10 for scientific literature. So we're really lucky that that has been gaining in rank and that is well recognized and prestigious. So definitely submit your research. Now, we are all about driving EMS-based practices, and we do have workshops. Our next workshop is in May, that's full, but we are coming up with another one in September with our partner ESO, and we meet in Austin. So there's no fee to be part of this, but we do ask that you apply and think about what you might like to research. And ESO has generously made available to us the database, which includes a health bridge that has outcomes. And this is a way for someone who's never done research before to participate in research. We also try to make research more accessible and just plain understandable. So trying to get rid of some of that mumbo jumbo, which is what I'm going to try and do today, kind of do a little bit of a journey through what research projects I think might be sort of state of the art and what they mean to our practice, kind of how to think about research. And this kind of helps us prepare for the future. We have a journal club or a webinar that we do live, and we record them so that they're available for you afterwards. Every second Monday of the month, we do a clinical webinar that is hosted by Limmer Education and ESO. And then every fourth Friday, Limmer Education also sponsors a education research workshop that is archived in YouTube. And we're lucky to have Dr. Remley Crow, who's both a PhD and an EMT and extraordinarily talented facilitator for these. They are paired with a journal or an article in EMS World that right now Michael Caduce and Dr. Tony Fernandez are producing. So as an example, and one of the hot topics that I'm going to bring up today is about diversity and what research we have or lack thereof of inequities in care. One of them is with limited English proficiency language patients. And so these LEP patients, as we would like to call them, are the subject of some debate about how we can how they can access care and how they interact with EMS. So as an example, the webinar that we did just yesterday, and that is already archived and ready for you in the YouTube channel for PCRF, is all about identifying exactly what barriers there were. Now, this is a qualitative study. So instead of looking at numbers, they did a deep dive interviewing 66 different paramedics and EMTs and firefighters about what barriers there were when we're talking about patients that don't speak English with as much proficiency as maybe a native speaker. And it's important to do both qualitative and quantitative research. A lot of people want the numbers, but here we're trying to identify the themes, and then we can do a deeper dive on how to fix some of these issues, some of these barriers. So the interviewees here identified things like ineffective interpretation, unclear acuity of the patient's condition, high stress scenarios with violent events or crowding the scene. And then the EMS authoritative kind of attitude, perhaps our identification with law enforcement and some connotation there. And these important barriers could be a recipe or roadmap for trying to discover a way to deal with them. I know we have a language line that we can call, but I would be hard pressed to think that a lot of our paramedics might actually not know it's pre-programmed into our phones. There's a code that is in the notes. And so if you don't know to look at the notes on the phone, you wouldn't know the code to be able to get the language line interpreter on. Very effective actually when I used it, but I don't think a lot of our medics actually know where to find that. So that's an example of one of the articles that we might look at. Recently in the education research workshop or journal club, here Dr. Megan Corey, who's a PhD in paramedic and directs the paramedic program in San Francisco, so City College. She looks and calls the research for the best ways to teach. And in this case, we looked at some of the intrustable professional behaviors of simulation faculty. So when you're doing scenarios and simulations, what are some of the key elements for us to be proficient at in order to be able to succeed? These are just the most recent examples. So the idea here is to critically evaluate the evidence and see what is useful to us, how to use it in EMS, and be able to interpret it. And these journal clubs usually have the authors of the paper and the research so that we can discuss with them what it actually means, but also statistical whizzes who help us interpret and understand the significance, if there is a significance, or maybe just the insignificance of something. Some of the stuff that gets published is maybe not so great. There was an ALS versus BLS research project that was published not too long ago. It actually got airtime in Washington, D.C. when they were looking for funding. And it was very badly done. It was compared cardiac arrests and used only a database of patients admitted to the hospital and only on Medicare. So it used the billing as the type of care they received. So if they billed for an ALS run or a BLS run, they abstracted or thought that the care they received, the patient received in the field, was actually ALS or BLS. So very badly done study, because obviously patients may have received advanced life support, but the hospital bill may have only involved basic life support, if that's in fact what the hospital bill, if they, for example, brought a patient in and the patient was deceased upon arrival, so or declared deceased. So it was very badly done, but it somehow got a lot of airtime, and the conclusion, of course, was BLS was better than ALS. But in fact, some of that was because the patients who were shocked that got a return of pulse were patients who maybe were never even admitted to the hospital, or if they were admitted to the hospital, they seemed to have only gotten BLS. So very uncomfortable study that, again, we want to try and avoid using, because it was done not even by EMS folk. These were internal medicine docs, and they were actually chastised by their own emergency department for having published something that just didn't make any sense. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what's hot, what's not, and we're coming right out of the pandemic. So let's do a little bit of just, did we learn anything from this? And I pulled out some of the articles that we recently had looked at, and these were these got a little bit of airtime at conferences, but maybe not as much in the wider circulation. So it's a good example of how to put research into practice, right? So in this case, this is a Journal of Environmental Hygiene, occupational environmental hygiene. So these engineers were looking at circulation in the back of an ambulance. And it got very little press, very little airtime. I try to plug it as much as I can because it's a good example of someone who has deep knowledge of how air and vacuum and motion of the air in the ambulance would work. And they actually studied where and how a cough, all the particles inside the cough would travel inside the ambulance. As it turns out, these are not evacuated very quickly. So even if you have your vent on, the placement of the vent and the placement of the fan cause the air to just kind of swirl around like, bad air in a washing machine or a dryer or something. It didn't evacuate right away. And it made a pass all around, just kind of permeating, getting in all of our personal protective equipment. So this is something I think, is a call to action, right? Obviously, we don't want to try and base all of our practice just on one single study, but when a study that's well done shows that, in fact, a person who's coughing is actually going to contaminate the entire vehicle, then maybe we should pay attention to that. There was some similar research done during the pandemic about how inside hospital rooms, the air would be evacuated directly moving upward. And so by putting certain, air handling systems in place, we might actually be able to avoid this sort of swirling around. Very interesting study and one that caused me to kind of go, maybe I'm not as safe as I possibly could be. And we kind of knew this from ambulance crashes and lack of seat belts and all sorts of other studies. But this was a surprise because I thought, well, they probably figured that out. You turn on the vacuum, the air extraction happens. It's no problem. So let's show you another one, which was sort of one of those, really? And again, maybe you don't know this, but take, for example, the cure for scurvy. Actually was discovered when sailors in the 1800s would go out to sea, and their family members would give them like a piece of fruit. So a citrus fruit, like an orange, might actually, or a lemon, might actually help them avoid scurvy. But it was an old wives' tale, and these folks returned but didn't get sick. But the people that didn't get, sailors that didn't get that from their families came back sick or died. So it wasn't for 100 years that people actually discovered that the cure for scurvy was vitamin C, and that this old wives' tale was actually based on some form of science. And today, it takes about 25 years, between 10 and 25 years. So some studies say 20 years for a concept that has been proven in research to actually make it into the mainstream. Think about how long it took us to stop administering oxygen to everybody. We still, in many corners of the earth, say, oh, oxygen, you can do no harm, just give as much as you can. And it wasn't, we haven't fully yet gotten rid of that. If they're blue, give them O2. This concept of, well, is it all patients? And so this is an example. This nebulized bronchodilators ahead of metered, instead of metered dose inhalers, is an example of an old study that was done long ago that we should have been paying attention. Unfortunately, we get influenced by manufacturers who want to sell us all sorts of nebulized equipment. This thing got published in like 1998, I believe. So it was done a long time ago. And what it showed was that a metered dose inhaler into a chamber, which could actually be a plastic bag, doesn't need to be this fancy Businak chamber, but 4 metered dose inhalers was equivalent to a nebulized dose of albuterol. So this was, this is important because if we're going to nebulize particles and swoosh them around the back of an ambulance, why would we do that if we could contain how the patient's getting the albuterol? So this is important. We tend to just run with ideas. Here's another one that during the pandemic, everybody was thinking, oh no, we're going to be ventilating with endotracheal tubes, and let's create chambers where we're able to protect the providers. And people went as far as creating plastic covers, and there was very weak evidence for this. In the end, our PPE, wearing goggles, sealed goggles, and our N95s were really enough protection. And too bad that we got everybody really upset and scared about this, right? So what's going on today that I think is hot and right now people are paying attention to it? Certainly inequities of care has been big. So this is a recent scoping review, and I'll declare full conflict because I was involved in putting this together. But the National Association of EMS Physicians published an inequities of care and DEI workforce and education scoping review. So taking all of the available evidence and trying to make sense of what articles are already there. This is very helpful so that we kind of know the state of the science, if you will. These are available to you already, and they're free because they were unsecured and put in open source type journals, or PEC published them as open source. So it's not common, in fact, if you have journals that are highly regarded, for them to be available to anybody. You have to subscribe to them. Subscriptions are kind of expensive, so you need to either befriend your librarian, befriend your buddies who have an account, or the hospital librarians that sometimes are part of your medical direction system can get them. But these were published as open source and are very useful. So feel free to jump in and take a look. One of them is pain management, particularly for pediatrics. There's a big inequity of care there, not to mention kids of color, but kids in general just get less pain management. So I want you to think about kind of how, again, this talk is about how to put research into practice, and how could we destroy that inequity? How could we help get pain management to kids? And interestingly, one of our groups in one of our workshops tried to figure out, could there be a group of kids that seem to be getting more pain meds than others, and could we find out how or why? And it turns out the more tools you have, so the more mechanisms you have to give pain meds, say, for example, an aerosolized intranasal spray might actually encourage paramedics to give more pain medication. But here, I love this this study because it looks specifically, it's a 2020 study, so it's recent. It's a double blind, so completely random. You don't know who's going to get what, and you don't know what you're squirting. So maybe it's the drug, or maybe it's just a placebo or something that doesn't work. So it's really pretty good on the efficacy here of that. I know it to be Penthrox, okay? And the reason this is interesting to me is because when I went to Australia to work with them and share what we were doing with research and learn from their research, they actually use this in their BLS ambulances, ALS ambulances. It's just an inhaled drug, no different than maybe an albuterol inhaler. and the patient can just suck on it. And as it turns out, it really helps with pain. And it's completely, it's something that a child could potentially suck on and get relief for their pain. So this was actually studied several times, but most recent ones are here in 2020. And it turns out that, in fact, in this study that was done in Spain, they do non-opiates and then escalate. Another one was done with Tylenol in England and worked pretty well. So it turns out some of these medications might be very viable. Now we need our FAA to approve this drug in the US, but again, one of those, why not learn from our best practices from other EMS providers around the world and apply them here. Certainly they learn from us as we show them how to deal with cardiac arrests and change practice. Here's another one about how to think about these studies and what the implication would be here for us. So pre-hospital needle decompression, or chest decompression as we know it. So we're going to switch over to trauma. And for trauma, we know that needle decompression works, okay? So maybe people were thinking, oh, there's not enough research to know if it even does anything. Well, actually, it turns out it does. And this is a very nicely done study. We did a research journal club on it, so you can listen to it on YouTube if you want to hear the authors. But Dr. Guyette is out of Pittsburgh, and they're very sharp folks. And they looked at people who had confirmed by the fact that they had chest tubes placed in the hospital in a trauma center, arriving by ALS ambulances, so helicopters or ground, but definitely ALS providers who could needle decompress. The patients who got needle decompressed had a 25% decrease in mortality. So impressive that one single therapy, chest decompression, would have such an effect on mortality, right? A very interestingly done study. Now, the crazy part of this is that 11% of the patients who needed it got it, meaning we're afraid to do it. So it works really well is one takeaway, but it also means that a huge amount, 89% of these patients who needed it and should have gotten it, we didn't do it. Now, maybe we didn't recognize it. Maybe we recognize and we're scared to do it because we were close to the hospital, or another one of our famous excuses for maybe I'll just wait. But in this case, doing it early, doing it fast was really, really great. And we see it with survival, right? So with that, we can kind of go, well, how to do it? Because there were several studies that showed that our needles were too short. So a longer needle, and in fact, there's a lot of adipose tissue up front. And so if you've got a little bit extra like me, the easier, better, and more effective place to do it is the 4th, 5th intercostal space mid-axillary line. So this research is out there, and when you take all of it in consideration and all of it together, it means we should be decompressing chests more often and paying attention to the best methods to do it. There are, in fact, some people advocating for finger decompression. So in Australia, they just do a scalpel, and then they put their finger in there, decompress, and then that's it. So needle decompression versus finger decompression might be a study that could be done in the future, but we do know that needle decompression works, and we just need to do it, and that is part of our learning. So how do we critically evaluate the research? Is there some sort of methodology? You can kind of apply these questions, and I'm going to kind of go through each one of them. Are you reading a peer-reviewed journal is the first question. Where did this article appear? We love our trade journals. They're wonderful. In fact, these trade journals do a very good job of trying to expose us to a whole bunch of things. They are also in many ways driven by the advertisers. So you've got to be careful about if the supplement or the article is being sponsored, if it's being sponsored because it's kind of showing you one thing or another that's more advantageous to that, and they're not as rigorously reviewed. A peer-reviewed journal for our profession, pre-hospital emergency care. There's also pre-hospital disaster medicine, or the Journal of the American College of Emergency Physicians, Open, JCEP Open, is available for free online. So these are journals that are focused on EMS. There's a brand new one coming out on called Paramedicine, which is from the EMS Management Association, NEMSMA. So these are peer-reviewed journals. They don't have pretty pictures. They're not going to be telling stories. It's more of like one research project after the next, and they're focused strictly on pre-hospital care. So we do get to see quite a bit of science now, either validating or invalidating some of what we do. Now, the second question is, are the data from a high quality and dependable source? So, is there, for example, a control group and an interventional group? So we see what the intervention caused, and can we learn to see if both groups are the same? So if you're giving the medication to the same age group, or only the people who were already sick got a medication and the people who are healthy didn't, well, that won't prove much. So these are ways in which we can look at the science and think, is it going to be applicable to me? Is our population similar to the population in the study? And are you convinced that the intervention really actually caused the outcome? Because there can be a lot of association between things, but not necessarily the fact that things are associated means they cause it. So be careful that the association of two things, maybe smokers get cancer. Okay, does smoking cause the cancer? Well, we've proven it does, but maybe what kind of cancer? So that'd be an example of, is the intervention actually, or the thing we're studying really caused or just associated to it? So we have to be careful about these things. And again, is it similar to the kinds of patients that you have? I also need to ask the question, will it really change your practice, or so what, right? So what? So they did a study and, it worked or it didn't work, and so what? And do you need a study for everything? In one case, there's a study. So everybody uses the example, you jump out of a perfectly good airplane, you don't need a study to show that you need a parachute. Well, they did that study. They actually published it in a medical journal. People who they randomized who was jumping out of the airplane, one with a parachute, one without. And guess what? The parachute didn't matter. What? People jumped out of a perfectly good airplane without a parachute and survived. Well, it turns out that they put the airplane on the ground. So context matters. It matters that we're doing our work in an ambulance outside the hospital. And just because we proved it, that it proved one thing in the hospital, doesn't necessarily mean we've proven it in our environment. And also, we should use our heads, right? If a plane is flying and people jump out and they don't have a parachute, they're going to die. So you don't need a study for everything, but it is good to kind of think, what is the context and was the study done well? Here's an example that I love to use. I've been using it a long time because we still are doing it. This is about hyperventilation. And Dr. Aufderheide was not really after this. They were studying cardiac arrest. They sent their residents out to observe cardiac arrests and film them. And they noticed this sort of strange thing where the patient may have had a low blood pressure and they couldn't detect it except when they put art lines in. But this is not the aha moment. They happen to be studying cardiac arrest, and they noticed that everybody was getting ventilated at rates that were just unbelievable. Not only that, but they were putting a ton of volume in. So if you think about it, an ambu bag actually can hold 1,500 milliliters, but the functional lung capacity is about 500. And when you take dead airspace out, There's only about 300 milliliters that you need. So patients were getting triple, quadruple. And here, the slide, I left it in Spanish because I talked about this study in Latin America as well. It kills you. It kills you. Hyperventilation kills you. So we have to stop hyperventilating, meaning too much volume too fast, right? But we haven't stopped doing that. We don't really focus on that. Lately, we've been focusing a lot on chest compressions and not interrupting. And we tend to forget that people use the BVM as like a stress ball. So was this a good or bad study? Fantastic, because they repeated it and found the same thing. And when they reduced hyperventilation, then there were improved outcomes. So really important. Now, technology always comes along and you say, oh, wow, that's so cool. Could we improve that with ventilators? Or in this case, could drone responses drop an AED and help? Well, yeah, they might. And drones, I think, are here to stay, but there's a lot of complicating factors. So the drone studies, for example, in Canada, where they're trying to figure out how high they could drop the AED without harming the first responders or the folks that are bystanders that are hopefully going to apply it. Or could you land it without having people just steal the drone and steal the AED? And countries where maybe they'd like to kind of have a drone when it lands. So interesting and dangerous, and maybe a future. So science can really be very cool. I remember when we did 12 leads and we were studying whether it was going to be actually worth it to do 12 leads. Ultrasound might be that now. You know, there's devices that the probe will just plug right into your phone and even by Bluetooth give you a signal. So I think this is awesome. You know, here's a study in Singapore. They're using a credit card sized card that gives you prompts as to it sounds. It gives you the metronome so you can do chest compressions and measures the depth of your compressions, and it improves survival to discharge. So amazing new technology, right? Very cool to see that. I also love when we just study things that are simple. So Dr. Wampler, David Wampler, is a paramedic PhD out of UTESCA, the University of Texas, San Antonio. And he's amazing. We've given him several awards for best research, and he's presented his research all over the world. So he was looking at, you know, in the hospital, they give the nurses that may not have access to Zofran very quickly for patients that are about to throw up. They just wave these alcohol pads underneath their nose, and the patient feels better and they don't throw up. And if you can find the Zofran and get the Zofran out of the dispenser, then they give them the Zofran. But the alcohol pad is a known thing. So he said, well, I wonder if that works for EMS. And I got to say, as it turns out, it does. It works. And he did a study and he presented it, and we gave him an award because when patients got an alcohol pad underneath the nose, they took 4 pads, sniffing the pads 4 times. So rip one open, you have them breathe it, rip another one open 4 times. That patient actually, those patients didn't throw up as often, right? A BLS intervention that could make a huge difference. Now, I love to plug Wampler's stuff. He did another one when it came to trauma, where in his system, they actually studied the cervical collar and whether or not a patient would move more if they were sitting or sitting on a regular stretcher with regular straps or being strapped to a backboard. And guess what? Who moved around more? The patients on a backboard. So better to immobilize with the stretcher and the mattress pad. And we're going to divorce collars and backboards. We know that, you know, you've seen the latest guidelines, and really a collar and a stretcher may be more effective. We gave them an award for best research for that as well. But let's keep on this BLS versus ALS. Here's a really super cool study that doesn't get a lot of airtime, and that should. It turns out that remote ischemic conditioning that's been used in cath labs a lot. Before you go in to do open heart surgery, they do this remote ischemic conditioning. They inflate and deflate a blood pressure cuff, and or if they're already inside the artery, they can clamp the artery and stop the flow to the heart. So they do this preconditioning so that when they go in and take care of the cardiac problem and reintroduce oxygen afterwards, the cells don't explode. All right, so this is very cool. Well, as it turns out, doing remote ischemic conditioning in the field pre-hospitally could reduce the size of a cardiac infarct. And check this out. There are various studies that have proven this. Now, you don't need any fancy technology, so no one's going to, maybe somebody will want to sell you a blood pressure cuff that inflates and deflates automatically. I think we actually have those in our monitors, but programming it to actually inflate, stay inflated, and then it's a 4-minute cycle. It inflates, it stays inflated, then it decreases, and then you wait and do it again. As it turns out, that reduced the size of an ST elevation, STEMI, and myocardial infarction. Because nobody's trying to sell us any new equipment, we don't read the research. We don't know whether it's good or bad. And here we are thinking, well, maybe we should try that. And San Antonio, they were thinking, oh, maybe we should. So again, look at simple solutions and think, well, would that work in my system? And could I take a series of patients that all have STEMIs and compare them to the STEMIs that didn't have this therapy and see if it actually mattered, and how many patients would we need in order to show that was actually making a change. Keep track of it. Maybe it's a QI project that then turns into something that you sort of premeditate and prepare for the study, and then eventually that's something that you should share with all of us so that we know what happened. And that really pretty much is research. Research, I think, needs to tackle the important things. Response time, for example, is an article. This is another study done, trying to see if, in fact, this framework for response times and it's been around for a long, long time really matters. And we know that decreasing speed and the use of lights and siren decreases accidents and crashes, and that we go lights and siren on all sorts of stuff. It's an uncomfortable truth, right? That we love our lights and siren, and yet some of these interventions may actually not matter. This is like a drug, like a dose and amount kind of a thing. So if we give we should think of lights and siren as an intervention, no different than a drug. How much of it and when do we give it? Do we use lights and siren always, all the time on a highway when there's nobody around us? Or is it going to matter that we bring this patient and get to the hospital 2 minutes sooner back at the hospital? Or is this patient going to sit in a triage area waiting, and the use of the lights and siren didn't really matter? So these are ways of thinking about interventions that we currently do, and try to do the studies to show, does this matter? In the current guidelines, there's suggested, the author, Dr. Kupa, says maybe only 10% of our responses really we should strive to have 10% be lights and siren responses. Everything else can be triaged. So just thinking a little bit differently about what matters and what could or couldn't be helpful to our business, right? And you try to use this concept where if you see an article and it's a randomized, controlled, double-blind study where we really could compare two things, and there's enough patients, enough cases that we can see, yep, okay, these two things, when compared to each other in all comers with all randomization really well defined, actually mattered. That's the pinnacle of all research, and it's rare to get an EMS. You have to be well funded and have enough patients and be able to double blind a study. You can't double blind lights and siren, for example. So we then kind of resort to randomized controlled studies like lights and siren. We could probably do a study that compares the two, go on some cases with lights and siren, others without. We actually had in Minneapolis a study done where a regular SUV followed the ambulance without lights and siren, let the ambulance go lights and siren. They followed the same route, and then they figured out whether there was a significant time savings. Guess what? There wasn't. Got to be careful here where we use the sirens, how we use them. And cohort studies, so all these patients that did or didn't get this intervention, like the blood pressure cuff intervention, the ischemic preconditioning, that might actually be an interesting study to do with a cohort. So all these patients got it, and what was the result? Case controlled is then, you know, a little bit less, little bit less interesting, less strong, little by little case reports, and eventually, you know, you see one thing, you report it, we saw this, maybe this matters. That's where you begin to design studies that have more patients. And eventually, you know, animal research is low on the totem pole, right? Low. These are interesting studies, but we need to repeat them in the right context with the right patients. So these levels of evidence help us sort of say, okay, this article was really strong versus, and this paper was really strong versus something that later on we say, that was done, you know, with a lot of bias, for example, because people really wanted you to buy this particular machine or this particular drug, and they only took the kinds of patients that were really going to benefit. So it doesn't necessarily mean that everybody benefits. So these levels of evidence help us kind of figure out, okay, this is pretty strong, we should pay attention to it or not, and mix that with your own experiences, the strength of the research, but also patient preferences. Is it going to really matter? If people really want us to be there quickly and they feel safer because they hear the lights, the sirens, that is part of our culture. And we can't ignore that completely. We definitely can't put ourselves in more danger and put the community in more danger. So you got to be a little bit careful. Often we talk about, you know, what's the population? What was the intervention? What is being compared? And what was the outcome? Really, in the end, did the outcome matter? It's that kind of so what question. I will say my time is short with you. I'd love to keep going and show you a bunch more end-tidal CO2, head injuries. There's tons of incredible research, and anybody who says there's just not research in EMS is absolutely crazy wrong. We have research on fatigue and measures of fatigue that Dr. Daniel Patterson, a paramedic PhD, has been doing that really shows us some evidence-based recommendations that put in practice kind of what he's learned and what we have learned through his work about how much fatigue our providers are working under, and measuring that fatigue, in mitigating it with either shorter shifts, countermeasures, caffeine, rest. These are ways in which there's attempts at trying to deal with some of that fatigue and working fatigue. So tons more that I would love to share with you. Research is what we do when we don't know what we're doing. Werner von Braun said that, and I believe it. I also think sometimes we just like the lie. So the thing that we love to do, you name it, oxygen, backboards, I don't know, lights and siren, they all seem to be the thing. And we love intubation. And so we think intubation really works. And so we want to stay with that concept versus learning that, hey, something easier, faster, better may actually work just as well. The alcohol prep underneath the nose versus ALS unit responding and giving Zofran. So we do have to kind of think about why we're so hung up on some of the things that we think define advanced life support or our EMS, and learn to handle some of these inconvenient truths. so that we can continue to evolve, right? Research has been in the agenda for the future for a long time. It is in the agenda for the next 50 years. We need to be better at it. And we need to teach our people how to differentiate between good research and bad research. So it is tough to admit what we were doing was wrong. We didn't know, we guessed, and that it's not ever going to end. It's really about a journey, not a destination. So we're going to continue to look and improve and try to learn from our mistakes so that we can improve patient care, right? If we knew then what we know now, we probably, I don't know, I was doing 2 amps of bicarb, giving 2 amps of bicarb, not doing 2 amps of bicarb, that sounded bad, giving 2 amps of bicarb before starting chest compressions and cardiac arrest in 1984 when I started. So that's we know now that to be wrong, and chest compressions are so much more important. So we do actually practice medicine, we practice science, and science rocks. It really does. We can improve, and our science depends on whether we measure and report and do that research. So I hope this was helpful. Please tune in to the Pre-Hospital Care Research Forum podcasts, and it is a pleasure and an honor to be with you here. So prehospitalcare.org, and as I mentioned before, feel free to reach out to me, and thank you so much for having me. I'm looking forward to some questions. Thanks.
Thanks, David, and welcome. So good to have you here, and thanks for that presentation. And it was great to start out with some information about people who are interested in doing research and some ways that they can get connected with getting that research out to the community. There is a question from the audience about what you think with regards to situational awareness and recognition as a basic skill in training programs.
1000% critical. In fact, Justin, I'll find his name here in a minute, did an entire PhD on situational awareness in students. He's in Oklahoma, and the out-of-hospital scenario exam for the National Registry, which we're both very familiar with, had attempted to actually make sure that was measured as part of the exam. So critical and necessary. In one study, very, very cool study, they had eyewear that had a camera in it. And they did this at Monash University in Australia, and they were watching to see where we look when we say clear, we're about to shock. And as it turns out, you're not exactly sometimes looking where you need to be looking. And so situational awareness, you're looking over there, and you need to be clearing this, and you're looking at the monitor. So no, I think, and I think all of crew resource management is critical, which of course IAFC has been amazing at the publication of the CRM, and hopefully will be, really a part of our culture that's so deeply ingrained that, it would be silly not to think of situational awareness as all part of that. So I do think we need more research in this, and definitely important. So yeah.
Thank you. So you talked about critically evaluating literature and trying to decide, what's a good study, what's not a good study.
Yeah.
That, as an editor, I've always found that, and I'm sure you see this reviewing abstracts, that things will go from one journal to another to another. Finally, someone will get something published, and it may not be a good article, and but they'll find a place to get it published. So how do you synthesize, like, is there a method of looking at the quality of a journal?
That's a multi-million-dollar question, right? Of course, in our society today, identifying what is truth and what is information that is, sort of the stretching of the truth, as one of those like constant, in the internet information age, all sorts of things appear to be very legitimate, but then when you dig into it, you go, oh, what is that? I would say, a good mentor of mine, Baxter Larman, always said, first kind of he scans the document, looks at where did it come from? Who are the authors? What's the institution? What's the journal? If the journal is a prestigious journal, the New England Journal of Medicine, when you think about, Annals of Emergency Medicine, Resuscitation, these are journals that usually do a pretty good job of trying to vet the whole thing. Once you get into secondary, off the beaten path kind of journals, especially internet-only journals, you start to wonder, do I really trust this information? And then look at the science. How did they actually explain what they did? So that article that I mentioned on ALS versus BLS, that's the biggest crap ever published by, it was published in JAMA, but it was published in JAMA Internal Medicine about something that's pre-hospital care. So, consider the source, right? The internal medicine doctors were doing this study, and it came out of Harvard. So, wow, it's Harvard. But the Harvard emergency docs reviewed it and published an opinion on the low quality of this work from their colleagues in internal medicine. So you do have to kind of really look at the methods, and that's what science is all about, is just show me the experiment. Don't tell me just the conclusion or the punchline. I want to see all your data. And if you can prove to me that was true, then and other people confirmed it, that's how you could it could be better, right? And I do see also a question about the effect of interior light sources on night vision. And I have to admit to you that I'm a paramedic focused on pre-hospital care, and I am not familiar with science around light sources and night vision, but maybe somebody else in this group might be. We have a lot of smart people online.
Yeah, that's a good question. That sounds like almost an air medical question. So, yeah. So, one of the things that the National Registry is doing is working with Pre-Hospital Guidelines Consortium to try to vet the myriad of sources that are out there with pre-hospital research and come up with every couple of years the 25 top things that should change practice. And that's sort of an interesting process, because Pre-Hospital Guidelines Consortium is using methodologies that sort of rank the literature that's out there. And hopefully that's going to provide some basis for people to take a look at literature in the pre-hospital field and see what kinds of things are most important. And it's probably not a be all and end all, but it's a way to, in the future, potentially flag some of those things. What, in your experience? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, there's actually a process to do this, and it's a pretty cool process. serious researchers don't want to publish a meta-analysis of all things related to a particular topic without doing, having a process by which to evaluate whether the science is working or worth it, or what level of evidence that science would be. So there's something called the GRADE methodology. Unfortunately, those slides did not make it into the 50-minute presentation that I had here. But GRADE is this process. You actually think of it like grading a paper, but you have a group of experts who are going to take and just in a very clear methodological way rank the evidence based on the size of the study, based on whether it was a randomized control study, the strength of the study, and then with that is a sort of comes out the other side of this process a recommendation. So it's called grading of recommendations, assessment, development, and evaluation, and it involves first, doing a systematic search, then getting a group of experts together, having that panel rate and rank. So I am very much looking forward to having evidence-based guidelines, because oftentimes, we wonder whether we should follow a textbook or we should follow, maybe a position paper from an association. And some of those position papers are very well explained, but some of them are, we think you shouldn't use backboards anymore because we said so, because we looked at the evidence. And so we agree, okay, backboards were uncomfortable, but they have maybe kind of a use for extrication. So there's the stronger position papers actually are well documented, but then nothing replaces a true evidence-based peer-reviewed process that follows this methodology.
Well, great. Thanks for sharing your expertise with us this morning and taking time to be here for the question and answer. Really appreciate your contributions to
EMS
over the years, and both national and international as well. So we look forward to seeing some more of you, and most likely we will be back in person at some point. I'm not sure if it'll be in Vegas again, but
I look forward to it. I see a comment from John Sinclair, and I need to sit down with the chief and just have a good banter about this body of research. And I want to invite anybody to send a representative or come to the workshops that we do, because we really do look at where are the gaps and what do we need to fill in for the gaps. So very, very important.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
You bet.
Great to see you. I want to thank this morning's presenters, excellent, outstanding speakers. We're going to take a brief break right now so that people have some time to grab a bite for lunch. Join us back here in about 55 minutes, around 1:25 p.m. Eastern Time.
Is honored to be the IAFC HeartSafe Community Award sponsor. Our organization is proud to partner with fire and EMS agencies that are prioritizing cardiac arrest survival by engaging directly with their communities. Sudden cardiac arrest is not just a job for emergency responders, but rather a community-based issue that requires a community-based response. In no other medical situation is there such a vital reliance on the community. Encouraging, training, and alerting citizens is one of our responsibilities. Today at FRM, we're recognizing those on the forefront of this work. So my congratulations to the winners, who will be announced momentarily by Chief McAvoy, and to all the agencies that were nominated this year for their commitment to the hard work required to improve the odds of surviving out-of-hospital cardiac arrest.
Well, welcome back. I'd like to start with the afternoon's topics. We'll dive into those. And our first presentation is from the good folks at PCG, who have done, I can't even count how many sessions that they put on for us on cost reporting, on financial aspects, EMS billing. Today, they're going to speak specifically about some of the financial impacts involving supplemental payment programs and a public health emergency, which has just recently ended, and the No Surprise Billing Act, which we're involved in working with a congressionally appointed committee to actually talk about the effects of that on EMS. So without further ado, I bring to you the folks from the Public Consulting Group.
Reckner, Sarah DeChico, and Jill Sime. We're going to turn our cameras off in a minute because we want to show our face and just get that warm introduction out. Really appreciate you guys attending this afternoon, and we look forward to go ahead and going over our presentation. I'll turn my camera off real quick and switch over to our slideshow. All right. Also, we would like to definitely thank IAFC for hosting us today. We really appreciate it, and we look forward to going over everything with you guys today. So today, PCG, we're going to go over the financial impact involving supplemental payment programs, the ending of the public health emergency and what causes what that would do for your department, as well as the No Surprise Billing Act and those effects on your department as well. Again, today's presenters, myself, Zachary Anta, we have Teresa Breckner and Jill Simey from PCG. So as a brief introduction, fire EMS agencies, you guys are at the forefront of providing those much needed emergency medical and fire safety services to the community. PCG, as a whole, we are committed to helping you guys in developing and improving your operational and financial performance, and doing everything we need to do to make sure that you provide that quality safety and service to your communities, and as well as help for you guys in developing your background. So here's the basic agenda today. We're going to go over the medical supplemental payment programs. Again, we're also going to go over the ending of the public health emergency, the No Surprise Billing Act, and then at the end, we'll have a brief time for a live Q&A opportunity. All right, medical EMS supplemental payment programs. So PCG, we have there's existing supplemental payment programs in various states throughout the country. Over 30 states currently have active supplemental payment programs, with a variety of states that are currently pursuing programs. PCG, we're at the forefront of leading and designing and implementing programs in at least 9 states for federal approval. But as a whole, we operate pretty much throughout the country in providing the supplemental payment program services to the providers. And next, I'm going to hand it over to Teresa, who's going to explain different reasons for why you should participate in medical supplemental payment program, the benefits for you as a provider, and just overall information.
Thanks, Zach. So this big question on supplemental payment programs is why participate in a supplemental payment program, but more importantly, it's why not. So what has been realized is that ambulance services provide more uncompensated care than any other major health provider in the United States. So what this means is, without a supplemental payment program in place, you're leaving money on the table. In the next slide, we're going to go over what a current Medicaid reimbursement process would look like without this. So your department's providing those transports, you're sending in your bill for Medicaid to receive reimbursement on that transport, and you get reimbursed from the federal government and for those services. But again, what's being realized is that's not the actual cost of providing those services, right? So you're only receiving about 20% in those costs back by using that means of just simply billing for your transports. In an EMS supplemental payment program, dealing with anything with Medicaid, Medicaid is a federal match program. So what that means is, to receive reimbursement back from Medicaid, it is a joint federal and state program. So the state will pay for a portion of your costs, and then the federal government comes in and matches that. The way that that is done is through what's called the Federal Medicaid Medical Assistance Percentage, or FMAP. This is determined every year by every state, so it's state specific. And like on the slide says, it can range from 50% to 78%. The amount that the federal Medicaid agency pays is determined by this percentage, and it is done by splitting the state share with the federal share. So again, it's calculated every year by state. So let's say you have $100 for that claim to transport, and your federal Medicaid percentage is at 65%. So that means that the state is going to pay that 35%. And again, that means your FMAP rate is about 35% or $35 on this specific example. And then the federal government's going to come in and match at 65%, so $65. So that is how your total Medicaid claim gets paid and split between this match process. There are some requirements in order to participate in an EMS supplemental payment program. Again, you have to be a publicly owned and operated entity. You have to be able to either certify using that CPE process, or the certification of public expenditures, attesting that what you've completed on your cost report, which is required on an annual basis, is correct. Or you also could put up what's called an intergovernmental transfer. So this is putting up that state portion of public funds in order to draw down the federal match. But through this program, you do get both the federal and state funds back. Again, the Medicaid cost report is done on an annual basis. We're trying to determine that shortfall of where you've actually billed and what you're receiving in reimbursement based off of total cost to provide these programs. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Jill Simey, and she'll go over some of the different programs that are available.
Thank you, Teresa. Hi, I'm Jill Simey, and I wanted to just give you an example of some of the different EMS supplemental payment programs that exist and that PCG has helped to design and implement in various states. So it's not a one size fits all. Each program, when a new state is being proposed, the state considers the constituency of EMS providers. So in most cases, the bulk of providers are public EMS. So the program is geared around public providers and their local governmental entities being able to put up that state share of the federal match. And that's what's represented here in the first two programs, fee for service and managed care. And that's why you have to be a public provider in order to participate, because only a state or local government can put up, quote unquote, the state share of the federal match. Now, in cases where you have a large constituency of private providers, that the state intends to include, then a provider assessment program is established. And what that means is the state establish a provider tax rate that the public providers contribute to help offset the costs of the private ambulance as well. And here are some examples of where those are either being proposed or have been implemented, such as in Missouri or Tennessee or California. And then there are other programs currently being reviewed and established where the rate, instead of being based on the Medicaid cost minus claims payment to determine the Medicaid shortfall, or what you are entitled to, that difference between claims, what you get paid and what you get reimbursed, sometimes the rate is set at a cap that is considered the statewide average commercial rate. And there are examples, again, of other programs in states like California and Georgia where this program is popular. Zach, could you move forward, please? So what I wanted to talk to you a little bit about are just the basic data elements that we include in a cost report, because as you may recall, Teresa spoke earlier about what are some of the requirements for participation in an EMS supplemental payment program. Well, one of which is establishing the true cost to provide a transport. And that's important because remember, you're going to be paid the Medicaid shortfall, or the difference between what it costs you to provide a transport and what you've received in claims reimbursement. So here are the data elements that are used to identify what your costs are, and also the utilization components down at the bottom, the capital usage, billing data, etc., that is being used to identify utilization, because ultimately what you're going to come up with is an average cost per transport. So here's how it all integrates into a cost report. You have your expenditures, And that's usually your budget for the year or your GL, which includes your salary and benefits, admin and general, supplies, purchase services, fleet maintenance, etc. Your capital related costs, that's your depreciation for those vehicles, buildings, and equipment that you utilize. And also indirect costs that may be impacted. You may have indirect costs through your dispatch, for example, where you share dispatch with the police, the fire, and EMS. Revenues. Obviously, there's your claims payments. Those are your patient revenues. You also receive local funding, and that would be your source for the state match, your property taxes, sales tax, etc. Federal funding, so federal grants that you may receive, SAFER, EMTALA, etc., and other non-patient revenue. Next, you have your utilization. And so you take your expenditures and your revenues and you match them to your utilization and your billing. And so billing would include your paid transports by payor, and particularly to Medicaid. And that includes your charges and your claims reimbursement or payments by payor. We also track trips and treat and release because in certain states, that is an important statistic that is gathered to remove dry run costs. And we can talk about that in a moment. But utilization also includes your CAD, and this will fall directly into the CMS updates that we have for you in a moment. There's a typical timeline for the Medicaid cost report. 96% of all states have a federal fiscal year that ends, or cost or state reporting year that ends on June 30th. So that's what this timeline is built around. Usually we kick off the cost reports in the summer, starting in July and August, and we compile the cost report over the fall, and it's submitted on November 30th in most cases. Then the providers will receive payments in the spring following their desk reviews of the cost report that we just compiled. And just so you can note that audits can be conducted after 7 years, up to 7 years after the submission of the cost report. So here are the promised CMS updates. So in bringing on new EMS supplemental payment programs, and it's really not new programs, it's programs in new states that do not already have an existing EMS supplemental payment program. So CMS issued a bulletin, and that bulletin in August of last year expressed some concerns that CMS has with existing state plan amendments to establish supplemental payment programs. And the reason they have concerns is because of they want to be sure that the fire cost is identified and removed from the cost allocation process. So really this guidance is reiterating the federal statutes, the Code of Federal Regulations that says that GMT can only pay for allowable costs, allowable Medicaid costs. So, as usual, CMS did not clearly identify how do you delineate them. So that is the discussion that is being had right now between IAFC, PCG, and a number of other, the International Association of Firefighters, etc., with CMS to provide additional information on how joint fire and EMS provides Medicaid allowable costs. And so that is the question. And how do we answer it for CMS to satisfy their concerns? And so additional data collection on the CAD side is going to be necessary going forward to ensure that we can adequately, how should I say, identify the fire-only costs, but still include those fire response calls that are providing stabilization and treatment and first response, either until the transport arrives or the transport ambulance arrives, or in some cases, we realize that fire is providing the total response. So how do we ensure that we can capture that information to the satisfaction of CMS going forward so that they will approve the new programs, the 9 new programs that are in process? Well, we've identified some ideal CAD data that we would like to start requesting as part of our cost reports. So Zach, could you move forward to that next slide? So here's an example of the ideal CAD that we would want to collect. So of course, the unique incident number, unit ID and apparatus type. So we know, what vehicle was providing the service. The call disposition, which is we'll show on the next slide, which is very critical to identifying for CMS what type of call it was. Was it used to transport or was it standby, etc. The division. And so really, was it MTS, non-MTS, or something, a call that would be excluded? Other critical items that we're adding to this list. Was there a transport to a hospital? Yes or no? What was the medical arrive time at the hospital? If wait times, if possible, we don't know how and if that is available. The other item, and this is showed on this next slide, or excuse me, it's on this slide in the second table, which is the medical staffing per apparatus. And so this is one option that we have for CMS to indicate to them the number in order to identify costs associated with each vehicle. And so what is the percentage of dedicated EMS on each vehicle, so that we can capture that time and include it in our CAD allocation, which determines the ratio of EMS cost to fire cost. And I say fire meaning fire only cost. So understanding that there may be medical related staffing on an engine or a ladder. And so we do need to include that cost in the cost report. Now, the next slide is going to talk about, it's just the call disposition. And really, it could go under a number of different names. In some it's called call disposition. It could be incident disposition. It could be patient disposition. But essentially, this crosswalk identifies the call and what was the response? Was the patient treated and released? Were they evaluated? Where did we touch a patient and where did we not touch a patient? That really is what this is identifying. And I'm going to hand it back to Teresa, who's going to discuss how we unwind the public health emergency.
Thanks, Jill. The public health emergency that was instated during the COVID-19 pandemic is set to end and will expire on May 11th of 2023. So here, just around the corner. During the public health emergency, there were some sweeping flexibility given to the Medicaid enrollment process, and additionally, an increase in federal funding for Medicaid. What we saw, Zach, if you could jump backwards just one more second. What we saw was, again, the federal government allowed that states did not have to re-enroll in Medicaid. So those individuals enrolled on Medicaid would not have to be re-enrolled on Medicaid during the public health emergency. That was one of the largest impacts to programs like these Medicaid supplemental payment programs, because now you have a larger population base enrolled in Medicaid for transports. Again, there are certain waivers within Medicaid and Medicare that were extended through the PHE. There was an expansion of allowable destinations. There was a treat and place waiver and a signature requirement that was suspended during the public health emergency. One of the other largest impact variables within these programs was the enhanced FMAP. So what we talked about earlier about Medicaid being a federal match program, the federal government was paying 6.2% more on that federal match than before the PHE. So that is set to unwind and has started, and they will slowly, or not has started, but is planned to start here soon, where they're going to start gradually reducing the FMAP. It'll, again, just slowly start ticking off, and the sunset or the end will be in January. Those re-enrollment requirements really are going to impact the number of transports we've seen on Medicaid, especially given the population that is enrolled in Medicaid and how the re-enrollment process works. You could go to the next slide, Zach. So what's important here is really looking at, and this graphic shows it, is what happens to those who are enrolled in Medicaid and once they are taken off. So in order to re-enroll in Medicaid, you're going to have to, again, submit everything you did previously. During the public health emergency, there was an increase in Medicaid enrollment by 28%. So that put, according to the Kaiser Foundation, around 91 million people were enrolled in this program. So once people come off Medicaid, though, you have an area where there are some that will not have insurance again for that year. That's at 17%. Then we have others who will re-enroll, but that process can take a while. We'll have others who jump into the marketplace, but again, we're going to be left with this kind of gap in those Medicaid funds that you receive through these uncompensated costs and these supplemental payment programs. You jump to the next slide. So during the public health emergency, again, we had an additional large number of people who were enrolled in Medicaid, so a 28% increase. What this means, though, is through this re-enrollment process and determining, where you sit as far as household income and all the requirements and household size, you're going to have that number decrease again. It is about estimated that there'll be 5 to 15 million who are going to lose Medicaid coverage. So again, what the big deal is here, as far as providing ground ambulance services, is you're going to have a decrease in those Medicaid allowable and those Medicaid reimbursed trips that will then feed into your cost report. So let's really drive home what this means for these supplemental payment programs. So if we have a reduced number of people who are being transported and on Medicaid, you're going to have a decrease in that enrollment. You'll have a decrease in the number of transports that get to come in and flow through your billing reimbursement and then also onto the cost report. The largest impact we're going to see is this FMAP reduction. With that 6.2% being reduced, the FMAP rate will be lower than it was. So if you have a lower Medicaid utilization, so again, a lower percentage of your population that is on Medicaid, and then a lower federal match, it means that there's going to be a decrease in the EMS supplemental payment program. So unwinding the PHE is going to take a good amount of time. States are now being opened to be able to start that re-enrollment process. Now that the federal government will back away a little bit out of Medicaid, those states that are going to regulate how this happens and how quickly that re-enrollment process occurs will be interesting to see how this unfolds in the next year. All right, and I'm going to pass this over to Jill, who's going to talk about the No Surprises Billing Act.
So as you can see, thank you, Teresa. We have a lot going on with the enhanced match, federal match decreasing. And by the way, that enhanced federal match was only allowable to states if they maintained Medicaid continuous enrollment. So you can see how the two are tied together. So with the federal match decreasing, that enhanced federal match, states are saying, well, we can't afford to keep all of these additional Medicaid enrollees on our books. So, and that also rolls into the No Surprises Billing Act, because let's just say the feds have been very busy. And one of the things that they have been doing is listening to patient advocacy and consumer advocacy groups who are deeply concerned about the price of out-of-network surprise bills that have been hitting consumers during this time when they needed COVID-related, services. And what will happen with the end of the PHE on those out-of-network costs being passed along to patients. So when does the rule take effect? It actually took effect on January 1st of this year. And what is a surprise medical bill? Well, quite simply, it's when an out-of-network provider is providing the healthcare service, an emergency or non-emergency service, and the health plan doesn't cover that out-of-network cost. So as a result, the patient is left with a very large surprise medical bill. Who is it impacting? Well, initially, the No Surprises Bill Act is really impacting three types of providers. So an emergency visit at an out-of-provider network. So it could be a hospital that is not in network with the patient's healthcare plan. Select non-emergency care from out-of-network providers at in-network facilities. So let's just say the hospital is in network, but perhaps the other providers, such as maybe the emergency room physician group, is out of network. Okay. The third set of providers that has been targeted for this bill are air ambulance services from out of network providers. So as you can see, payments made to providers by people with a surprise bill were 10 times higher than those by individuals who received the same care, but they were in network. What are some of the NSBA requirements of these three types of providers? Well, there's a lot of administrative items that are coming down the path. So the first is they're going to have to submit additional data collection on their claims level bills. And it's directly to the federal government or the Health and Human Services, the feds, so they can aggregate into a comprehensive report. In addition, where there are disputes between an in-network and out-of-network provider and health plans, then there needs to have an independent dispute resolution process. And this is usually by a third party that helps them come up with what would be the qualifying payment amount that should be paid. And in addition, good faith estimates are going to be needed in advance of services for the uninsured or self-paying individuals. And this, of course, is going to require, emergency rooms to come up with good faith estimates on the fly. And so they need to have good data and those estimates on hand. Next, there's a patient-provider dispute resolution process. So if the patient is not happy, now this is an uninsured or self-paying patient is not happy with the amount that the qualifying payment amount that they're supposed to have, then they can go now to a new federal dispute resolution process. So the feds have set up their own process for the uninsured and self-paying to protect them. And then there needs to be a way to appeal certain health plan decisions, and that would be between the providers and the out-of-network providers and the health plans. And Zach, could you continue? Okay. So why was ground ambulance excluded from this? And this is really important. So you'll notice that the bill doesn't yet extend to ground ambulance. And the reason that we think of that is because when the feds started reviewing ground ambulance, they noticed a lot of things. First of all, there are certain federal requirements, okay, that may or may not be associated with no surprises. But what they found was that many states had already implemented bills regarding No Surprises Act at the state level. Now, when a state enacts a bill, what they're doing is they're taking the federal minimum requirements and then they're adding on additional requirements usually. And it could impact ambulance directly, or it could impact the health insurance providers. So what they're doing now is a lot of research, and they've even created an advisory committee on ground ambulance and patient billing to pull together charges and fees for ground ambulance. They're also looking at the specific state No Surprises bills and what they incorporate before they make any decision on exactly how they want to incorporate ground ambulance. Part of that decision also was the result of the fact that the majority of ambulance is provided by public providers. But as you can see here in initial studies by Kaiser Family Foundation, 50% of emergency ground ambulance rides and 39% of the non-emergency rides, facility to hospital, etc., resulted in an out-of-network charge for people with private insurance. So private insurance was highly hit, and the median surprise bill for ground ambulance was $450. As somebody who recently was in the hospital and had to be transferred, I can tell you mine was quite a bit larger. So, and they had to drive me 4 miles. So this is an issue. Zach? So this is one of the reasons that they didn't pick on emergency ground ambulance, because they are more heavily regulated. As government-based organizations comprise roughly 2 out of 3, or about 62% of all public ground ambulance. And the next slide. So then they took a little bit deeper dive to say who is mostly impacted. Was it more emergency or non-emergency? And non-emergency had more all in-network charges. They were not as impacted, nor are their bills as high. And then you have emergency at 51%. Zach, back to you.
Appreciate it, Joe. So yeah, I'll just go ahead and go over a brief overview of a little bit of Public Consulting Group's background. So PCG was founded in 1986, basically with a mission to help public sector agencies, involve their overall effectiveness, efficiency, operational, and managerial performance. We do provide leading industry management, consulting, and technology to pretty much every facet of the public sector, which includes education, health and human services, as well as other, public sector government clients. Since our inception, we've worked with Medicaid agencies and local municipalities, county, city governments, in providing increased Medicaid reimbursement to the community and to the providers. And since 2006, we've worked with over 550 EMS departments to develop and administer those Medicaid supplemental payment programs, ultimately collecting over $700 million in enhanced revenue for those departments. As you hear on the right side, we got a little map of where we have most of our current clients. We also as well have operation clients in Canada, Poland, the United Kingdom, as far as PCG offices. So going a little bit into ultimately PCG's fire EMS services, we not only do we administer those supplemental payment program services, we also are heavily involved in Medicare ground ambulance data collection services, as well as provide several different services involving public safety. Some of those services include, assisting with the development of a strategic plan for your department, fire department EMS feasibility studies, overall strategic planning and analysis for your department. As far as the Medicare ground ambulance, we are developing and we're helping clients and providers in navigating that overall process. I know that's a new requirement from CMS, and understand it's a heavy weight on the providers to meet that timeline and gather those materials. So just a plug, PCG does provide those services and will can ultimately help your department and navigating that difficult process. Again, as I said earlier, PCG, we since 2006, we've worked with over 500 departments on Medicaid supplemental payment programs, and have also developed that $700 million in Medicaid funding for those providers. We have here some of the states that we've worked with in the past or are currently working with, as well as the timeline of when we've worked with those services. I work with those states. One thing to note, in most of our states, we work on behalf of the provider in developing and administering the cost report to send to CMS and to the states. However, in Colorado, as well as the state of Massachusetts, PCG actually, we run the program. So we are the statewide administrator of the supplemental payment program. And one additional plug, we are actually working with additional 9 states to establish new programs. So much more things coming soon, and just always working to increase our role in the supplemental payment program and Medicaid reimbursement. And if you want to know more of our services and ways in which we can help your department, like we mentioned earlier, please feel free to contact the individuals here, Jill Simey, who is the Senior Technical Advisor, as well as Sarah DeChico, who is the Senior Consultant. We also have a blog, as well as our PCG website and a LinkedIn site where you'll be able to identify more of what PCG does, as well as hear from other industry experts. Again, on behalf of PCG, we really appreciate you guys coming out today. Thank you to IAFC for hosting us and allowing us to provide you with this presentation. And now, if you guys have any questions, feel free to go ahead and go over those for you.
Well, thank you. Let me throw out a couple of questions, and then we'll see if we have some in the chat. One question I think that comes up frequently is, why would my state not have a supplemental payment program? So who wants to try that question?
Jill, you want to take that one?
I believe I missed the question, and I apologize. Could you repeat it for me, Mike?
Sure. The question is, why would my state not have a supplemental payment program?
Possibly because you haven't had IAFC or another lobbying organization to assist you in in establishing one. It could be many reasons. It could be that your state doesn't at this time doesn't have any leverage with the legislature, because that's really what you need is you need a lobbying organization to go to the state or a group of providers and stakeholders that go to them and request one.
Okay. So that leads into the next question, and that's, once you start that process, what's involved in bringing it to fruition?
I can take that one,
Well,
Joe.
when you start the process, you want to take that one, Sarah? Okay.
I was just gonna say, so as Jill mentioned, I mean, the foundation is really coming together as an industry or a stakeholder group and designing a plan that works best for the providers in your state, because there are a number of different ways that these programs can ultimately look. So to have some consensus among the providers as to what you're looking for and what the important components are of a program, and then taking that to the state Medicaid agency, getting their buy-in, hopefully, and being able to go the administrative route and getting the program set up. You do have to put in a state plan amendment, which does then need to be approved by CMS. So that's typically the lengthy process in getting a GEMT program established. We get that question a lot in terms of how long will it take us to get this up and going if we start today. There is no magic ball, unfortunately. We've had programs that have been implemented in 9 months, and then we have programs that are going on 2 to 5 years that still have not been implemented. Right now, we're at a tricky point with CMS because there's a lot of overview and some guidelines and restrictions kind of coming to the surface to make sure that the original regs and policies are truly being carried out by each state. So we're seeing a little bit of delays right now, but we do hope that, again, there can be a greater consensus at the top, which will then allow these programs to be implemented a little bit more easily and with some expedience to them. So once you do have the Medicaid buy-in and you've got that state plan amendment designed, you submit that to CMS. CMS will have to give its approval. And then it comes back to the state in terms of how they're going to educate the providers and how they're going to administer the program internally.
So it seemed like in your chart that you showed examples of programs that there's wide variation in how those plan amendments work, and so kind of wide variation from state to state in what actually happens with that program.
That's very accurate. Yeah, there's a lot of nuances, and it can go and start from what is allowable on the state's Medicaid fee-for-service schedule already. And again, we're going through a huge industry change right now in terms of allowing more reimbursement for treatment in place for alternative destinations and some more additional services that can be produced by EMT and paramedics out in the field. And so with all of that in consideration, those plans can look differently. It also depends on how the, again, Medicaid agency wants to administer, what their audit process or their desk review process is going to look like. We've heard from many states, of course, that those processes are more stringent. They can carry on for up to 7 years after the original cost report is submitted. But then we have states that it's a very streamlined and easy process where there's an initial review. If everything checks out, you were able to answer the questions, then that's really the end of the audit process at that time. So yes, varying components, and Jill, please feel free to step in here and make sure that I'm not overseeing anything major. The division of the public providers versus the private providers is also a big component as to how these programs are set up, as well as if there is an MCO component in the state as well. Some states that is, again, not applicable, so it's a very more straight line fee for service structure. However, when you do add in that MCO component, which is becoming more and more popular in states, a lot of states are really trying to drive that system. So we're seeing a lot of crossover there. And again, that does add layers to the cost report and the whole process.
Okay. If I switch gears a little bit and talk about cost reporting for a couple minutes, could a provider complete a cost report by themselves, or is it going to be necessary for them to get external help to do that?
Well, the provider can actually, there are providers that compile the cost report on their own. Many times what we see is that where they get into trouble is on the desk review. And because fire and EMS providers usually do not have additional financial staff that understand the nuances of Medicare reimbursement and all of the federal and state regulations that you may have that would guide what is an allowable cost. Mm-hmm. And so what happens is they will come to us after the fact and say, oh, we're dying in this desk review, or we got slaughtered last year in the desk review. Can you assist us? And so that's where we can come in and assist them and make sure that all of the costs follow the guidelines that have been set forth in the last 10 years, because this really is a fairly new set of programs. It began in 2009. So whereas supplemental payments for hospitals have been around for 40 plus years, this is fairly new for EMS to have its own supplemental payment program. But yes, a provider can do their own, and there are certain providers that have that sufficient financial assistance from their city or county, et cetera, that can survive the audit. But many decide that they don't want the hassle and they want to focus on saving lives and doing what fire and EMS do best.
Okay. The surprise billing piece, IAFC has a member that's actually sitting on that committee.
Wow.
You had mentioned that there are many states that have legislation that prohibits surprise billing that affects EMS to some degree or another. And I live in New York, and New York has a surprise billing piece that affects some EMS, but not others. And I guess one of the questions is, from your overview of that, do you see states where what is in place now could become a federal model that would affect EMS? Do you feel as though in some way, shape, or form there's going to be surprise billing prohibition?
Yes, there will be for ambulance. We know that. And we know that the reason that CMS didn't include ground ambulance initially is because when they started doing the research, they found out exactly what you said, is that on top of, there is no federal regulation, but there is all kinds and various nuances of bills that are out there at the state level already that are doing this maybe regionally, or maybe they're doing it widespread, but only for particular aspects of ground ambulance. And so, because that's all that they can legislate at the state level. And so, yes, CMS is researching this, and they are going to pick the pieces that they like, and probably that will be promulgated into some sort of surprise billing. And they just need need to do the research to, they're trying to pick and choose what's going to work best for CMS.
Okay. Any other things that you can think of that are questions that often come up from folks that you deal with in the fire EMS worlds that might be helpful to our listeners?
Yes, and it's really important that if you're going to be looking at building a program, you need to look at the participation in your state, and that will be very important. So if the majority of your providers are public providers, most likely that is the most common model that's going to come up. However, if you have a large number of private ambulance providers that are filling in some of those holes that are really important, then you may want to consider a different model that would be a provider tax model, where the publics put up money and then that money is dispersed across both the private and the publics. Because we know in certain states, private ambulance can fill a vital role in rural and even suburban areas. So that's one question we get. In fact, I get that quite a bit. Is I'm a private provider, and how do I participate where I'm in a state with a public program? And that's probably the question that I field the most, and assisting those providers in actually becoming public providers so they can participate, and identifying what the steps are that they need to go through. And they don't need to be a client of PCG for us to provide that assistance. Because we want everybody to be able to participate in some fashion. We feel that's critical.
Is an ambulance service that contracts with a municipality and then is municipally funded considered a public entity from that perspective? It would have to actually be operating.
Well, it depends on your state regulations and how they set up the program.
Okay.
So depending on how they set up the program, like in Iowa, for instance, we get that. Yeah. We get that question a lot. It isn't in certain states. So in Iowa, it is not, and they are not eligible. And the reason they are not eligible is their state plan amendment that established their program specifically states that you must be owned or operated by a local governmental entity.
Okay.
And because the local governmental entity is actually putting up the state share, and only a state agency or a state or a local government can put up the state share that needs to be federally matched. And the federal match is what is the net gain to the provider in a supplemental payment program.
Okay. There's been discussion, and I know this started with a memo last summer talking about allowable costs, and there seems to be a focus in some states to literally separate anything that would have the appearance of being fire from EMS, and say if you're taking a paramedic to a scene on an engine and he's going to be a member of the ambulance crew once he gets there, that may not be an allowable cost. And so do you see that in more than one place? We've heard that from a couple of states.
Yes, that's
Sarah,
definitely a hot
you've
topic.
worked with this on yeah.
Yeah, so with the states that are currently under CMS review, we're seeing that scrutiny and questions and needed documentation behind why they should be included. And we're really having to put up kind of that fight that they are providing pre-stabilization care from certified EMTs or paramedic level staff members. And what CMS is kind of pushing back on is that we only want to account for time, potentially really narrow down to the transportation of Medicaid beneficiaries, not just literally transports across the board, but just those that are benefiting their patients. And so we are consistently kind of giving our feedback, our take to not only the providers, but to the Medicaid agencies as well as to CMS that that care is very critical to Medicaid beneficiaries, that, no matter who arrives on the scene first, if they're putting their hands on the patient, that ultimately derives to their transport, that it should be included. But we do have states such as Arkansas, who's up in under design right now and under CMS approval, where they're saying, no, we're not going to allow any time from anybody on a fire engine, whether or not they are certified as an EMT or a paramedic. If they arrive on an engine, it's not going to be allowed. But our case there in Arkansas is that is a state that allows BLS transports by an engine. So essentially, a Medicaid beneficiary could be transport on an engine. So how do we then, narrow down that specific time for that specific transport? The cautionary tale really for whether or not you're in a state that has a program already, or if you're in an up and coming state, is really start looking at how you're collecting your data. So taking a hard look at your CAD, your expenditures, and really starting to see how you can separate things out, whether that is for your expenditures, if you have different funds and you can better track this solely went to our EMS operations and this really solely went to fire, really kind of eliminating those quote unquote shared expenditures that CMS and Medicaid is kind of having a hard time swallowing. Anything you can do to really start narrowing in on your true ground ambulance operations and being able to single out those expenditures, being able to single out that time or your CAD, making sure in our presentation, Jill did a great job of explaining some of the new data fields we really encourage you to all to start collecting in your CAD. If it's not something that you have the capability of doing now, I would reach out to your vendors, letting them know, hey, this is something that we see that we're going to need in the immediate future. How can we build that out now? Because we don't want to wait until it's too late. You don't want to wait till you're doing your first cost report and then all of a sudden it's like, I don't have everything that I need. And you want to be able to really clearly identify things for that desk review for your potential audit down the road, because that will save a lot of heartache. So I think that's the biggest thing that we would really suggest coming out of today is evaluate your data systems, your softwares, and make sure that you can align yourself up, because we do see that these programs are continuing to grow. We see, as Jill mentioned, we've got about 9 states in development. We have a feeling it will eventually be across the United States in one form or fashion. So there's no harm in starting to get yourself prepared for it now.
You had earlier talked about CAD data and some things that were helpful metrics for people to collect or consider. And that's another area where we've had some controversy with the willingness of CMS to take CAD data and use that. Can you just chat about that for a minute and what some of those complexities are?
I think it really boils down to CMS just not being familiar with the ambulance industry. Unfortunately, they feel that CAD doesn't have the full scope of service and functionality that it actually does. So they have a tendency to want to write it off because it is one of the only industries that relies solely on this type of documentation. We're hearing that there might be more of a push for electronic patient care records and using that as documentation. But at this point, we've really exhausted the full list of alternatives, and it kind of comes back to CAD. I mean, it really is the most efficient way to capture so many different elements that we're looking for in these cost reports. So while we're kind of going away from that naming convention in the state plan amendments and not mentioning the word CAD and just kind of leaving it up to the individual department to determine what their best recording system is. That's what we're doing in the immediate. But then again, I think anything you can do on your end to make sure your electronic patient care records are what they need to be. And every state's different as well. So there are some states that have their own electronic records. So for instance, Maryland, everything goes through MEMSA there, and they have an electronic meds report that's produced by the state. So it definitely streamlines that process in Maryland, but not every state is like that. So something, again, to consider at a more individual level.
Well, and Mike, I will say this, with the advent of the Medicare ground ambulance data collection survey, really what that is, and I've seen this in other providers, is that's the precursor to CMS developing a Medicare cost report. And so that's really going to be the final outcome. And when that happens, then there will be a standard of here's what you need to collect in order to compile your cost report. And what I find is that the CAD, the software development, will follow that, because they're going to have to, in order, no one's going to buy their software if they can't meet those standards. So I think I see it as evolving over time. But in the meantime, we had a recent response from CMS in New York that mentioned trying to use a random, time and what is it? A random time and motion study, time study. And we just laugh. We know that's ridiculous when we have CAD. But when, I think of CMS as, for all other providers, that maybe makes sense. It doesn't make sense for EMS. But when you only have a hammer, everything looks like a nail, and that's what CMS is doing.
Yeah.
So,
well, thank you both and your colleagues for joining us this afternoon, and your many, many other times that you've presented for us and given us good information. So I really appreciate your helping our audience and everything that you do for fire and EMS across the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. It's a pleasure.
I'd like to do a brief introduction of our sponsor.
Public Consulting Group, or PCG, is a leading public sector solutions implementation and operations improvement firm that partners with health, education, and human services agencies to improve lives. Founded in 1986, PCG employs over 2,500 professionals in more than 50 offices worldwide, all committed to delivering solutions that change lives for the better. Take the work we do with fire and emergency medical services, or EMS providers from across the country, for example. Through a range of financial services, we help providers optimize their revenue, maximize reimbursement, and maintain compliance. Our efforts have generated over $400 million for public EMS providers across the country through Medicaid cost recovery programs. Ground ambulance service providers are required to collect and report specific departmental data to CMS through the Medicare cost survey. We offer 3 distinct levels of data collection and reporting services to help our ground ambulance provider partners navigate the Medicare cost survey. ET3 is a voluntary 5-year initiative led by CMS that offers alternative treatment and transportation options for EMS providers serving Medicare fee-for-service or FFS beneficiaries. Our team is passionate about supporting the critical work of fire and EMS providers nationwide, and we are always looking for new ways to help and new challenges to overcome. So tell us, what is your biggest challenge? Let PCG and our dedicated EMS team help you find the right solution.
Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce our next set of speakers. We'll have a brief video, and then I'll explain a little bit about what they're going to talk about.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks to Fire Rescue Med organization for allowing us to present some information on FirstNet with regard to interoperability and mission critical push to talk. We're honored to be here, and we appreciate your support for first responders as we go forward in the FirstNet program. Myself and my colleague Tommy Smith will go through some information to you here, and we'll after the presentation we'll be able to speak to some questions and be able to answer any questions you may have. Next slide, Tommy.
So let me give you a little background on our two presenters. We have Chief Tommy Smith, who is a lead strategist for fire and EMS with FirstNet, built with AT&T. He's a nearly 3-decade long public safety servant. Colorado Springs Fire Department, Redmond Fire Department, Dorchester County, South Carolina, where he served as deputy chief, fire chief, and deputy administrator of public safety, respectively, in all those departments. So long career in the fire service. And he's joined with Steve Devine, who you'll also hear from, who's the director of strategy and policy for FirstNet, built with AT&T. And Steve is responsible for public safety support and advocacy for the implementation of the FirstNet project. He joined AT&T in May of 2017 after a lifelong career in public safety communications, where he worked with public safety technologies, operations, spectrum use, regulatory issues, and has been involved in land mobile radio, the LMR abbreviation you see there. Built P25 radio systems over the last 20 years, as well as LTE push-to-talk systems, which have become more prevalent. So they're going to talk today about a lot of abbreviations and some complex things that challenge us with using our radios, using cellular, and all the options that are available to help with that stuff today. So I'll go back to their presentation here.
I'm Steve Devine. I work as a lead strategist within AT&T. I've got a long background in land mobile radio and Project 25. So there's a lot of the LTE push to talk and FirstNet push to talk piece that I'm familiar with and I advocate for. I also work with our customers and our sales teams on ensuring the FirstNet experience is a positive one for our first responders across the country as we go forward. Tommy, go ahead and go to the next slide and tell them a little bit about yourself.
Good afternoon. I'm Tommy Smith, lead strategist with FirstNet. Joined FirstNet about a year and a half ago after spending about 30 years in public safety. After joining FirstNet, learned a lot of things that the company offers as far as solutions for public safety. Back in 2018, when I was a fire chief in Redmond, Washington, adopted FirstNet based on the information that I received about priority and preemption, and recognizing the importance of being able to connect when you're trying to make a call in a disaster is very important. But once I joined FirstNet, I learned of all the other exciting solutions that they have for public safety. And so excited to spend some time with you today to talk to you about some of those solutions that we offer.
Thanks, Tommy. And Tommy's got a great experience in the fire service that really will help us. I'm more the technology guy, and Tommy really can speak from the perspective of the fire service and how not every solution works in every application. So it's great to have the balance that we offer folks when we're talking about FirstNet. And there's just some tenets here. This slide deck speaks to the FirstNet value proposition, priority and preemption. You don't have to press buttons. You don't have to dial star 1, 2, 3, 4 star in order to get your priority and preemption. It's always on. It's always built into the device. The network always knows where the user is and always prioritizes that user with regard to the applications, the location, the services that they utilize on a day-to-day basis. So priority and preemption is the meat and potatoes of the FirstNet network, and the fact that it's always on for the users as they need it. FirstNet Push to Talk is our LMR interop solution. We'll talk more about this. This really allows LTE capabilities to communicate and talk to your LMR solutions, whether that's a VHF conventional radio or whether it's a P25 trunk system. There's a place for FirstNet Push to Talk. It's built to some global interoperable standards within 3GPP for audio quality and latency. The audio quality is unbelievable in the product, and you can use this to not replace, but to enhance your existing LMR operations, regardless of how those operations are. Mission Critical Push to Talk is available, and LMR to LTE offers a number of different solutions depending on what kind of system you have. We'll talk a little bit more about that as we go forward. FirstNet 5G, as we all know in wireless communications, 5G is just part of that evolution. 5G, 6G, 7G. New attributes, new capabilities, new ways of leveraging spectrum, new ways of providing additional bandwidth to users and devices. So FirstNet 5G and millimeter wave access. We also have 5G in other bands. That really allows that next generation connectivity to be available to first responders as needed as they go forward. 5G is available in certain locations, and there will come a time when 5G will be as prevalent as 4G. And will continue to evolve. And that's the beauty of FirstNet. It's not a one-time product that has its life cycle and matures out. It's constantly changing and it's constantly evolving. Uplift is a characteristic of FirstNet priority and preemption, where not only is the traffic prioritized above AT&T's commercial traffic, you can actually uplift the users, the users that are already prioritized above the commercial traffic. You can have different tiers of those users and how they're prioritized. We've seen some first responders at critical events when they have critical field personnel that have to have certain resolution video. They can uplift those users, make sure they're getting the cream of the crop with regard to the performance on the network, and maybe a better performance than the guy who's 5 miles away with a road shut down, keeping people out of that area based on a chemical spill or whatever it is. So the ability to manage more granularly, not just the priority above AT&T's commercial traffic, but to prioritize the prioritized is even more critical. And it's really something we think Uplift is a great tool for public safety to have.
Yeah, and Steve, one thing about the situation for uplifts, in the last several years, when we respond to incidents such as a snowstorm where you have power lines or trees down, or wildfire situations where you have to clear debris, having Public Works have the same priority on the network to be able to communicate with them and direct them as to which roads we need open, to be able to prioritize them, to have them working along with us is very important. So the uplift capability also brings in those critical partners that we need to communicate to in critical situations so that we can make sure that we're able to fulfill our mission as quickly as possible.
Thanks, Tommy. And yeah, absolutely. Uplift is a critical piece, and it really puts that ability for priority and preemption in the hands of the first responder administration to make sure that they get the service they need to the people who need it. Devices and applications, Band 14 is spectrum that the federal government allowed FirstNet to build out on, and we've got more than 370 FirstNet ready devices and 190 applications today. On January 1st, 2018, there were 0 devices on the planet that did Band 14. That goes to show you how AT&T's productization can turn around and churn and make products available by leveraging the markets and saying to Apple and Samsung and Kyocera, the future devices we have to have Band 14 in them. We're able to change for the better for the first responders because we have a global ecosystem of devices that we can leverage, and we can make change more effective and make it faster. FirstNet Mega Range is unique to Band 14. It allows high power uplink from the device to the tower upwards of 1.2 watts. Historically, your commercial devices will do 0.2 watts. So it's a full watt more power-wise, which gives you a better experience on the cell edge using FirstNet Mega Range. You may also hear the term Power Class 1, and you may also hear the term HPUE, which stands for High Power User Equipment. All of that speaks to the fact that Band 14 is unique and allows a higher power uplink from the device to the tower. And it's especially beneficial in rural areas, as well as areas where you're congested and you need additional power at the cell edge. Our deployable program and our response operations group is part of FirstNet, and it's a service that as a FirstNet customer you get for free. They're able to bring deployables out during tornadoes and in response to tornadoes and hurricanes and floods and wildfires, the ability to bring a mobile cell site, leave it in an area, come back the next day, move it 4 miles down the road, redeploy it. We have teams of people, that's all they do is manage those issues and bring those devices out. So the deployables that AT&T offers, that FirstNet branded deployables and AT&T branded deployables, are all available to first responders. The CRD, we've got some graphics a little later, we'll show. The Compact Rapid Deployable is a deployable solution that can be purchased by the customer. So a customer can purchase the device, mount it on the back of their Explorer or the battalion chief's vehicle, and literally bring the network with them when they respond to an event. It takes about one person about 15 minutes to set it up once they arrive, and that allows a customer-based purchase to provide that kind of coverage in an area that had coverage, or area that a storm has come through and knocked the sites down, or maybe an area that never had coverage. That CRD solution is viable for all of that. Tommy?
And also looking at FirstNet Z-axis for its location. We know when firefighters go inside of a structure or when public safety go inside of a structure, as an incident commander sitting outside, knowing their location, whether it's, X and Y, laterally and vertically, with the tools that we have, we bring to bear, incident commanders will know which floor first responders are on in situations where it's critical that you have information that you can notify the extraction team if a firefighter goes down, the exact location. So FirstNet offer tools where the incident commander has great situational awareness, know where firefighters are inside of a building.
Yeah, and finally, Band 14 is the spectrum we mentioned that was the FirstNet authority the federal government provided as the contractor to AT&T and said, go build this spectrum out, and you have to meet these coverage requirements across the country. So that's unique spectrum that's specific to AT&T. That's the spectrum that's utilized when we deploy those deployables. We deploy Band 14 with the SATCOLTs and the CRDs. They're all Band 14 specific. That is the FirstNet spectrum that we utilize. Next slide, Tommy. This is an example of a SATCOLT that's deployed with like a 40-foot mast there. That'll cover about a 3.5 mile radius, depending on where it is. That can run. It has generators. The generator needs to be refilled every couple days, but it can run in perpetuity. It's basically a cell site that gets deployed and utilizes that satellite dish on the roof for backhaul. Normally they will support Band 14. There's other frequencies they can use, but our main intent is to support Band 14, and it's a robust solution that can operate in, as you can see, snowstorms, wildfires, in the response of hurricanes, etc. The Compact Rapid Deployable, it's for FirstNet customers. They're able to purchase this device. They have to engage the satellite backhaul company for a subscription, but this device can be deployed by the agency. They can mount it. They can deploy it on their vehicles. They can set it up. They can move it in and out of buildings. They can do all kinds of things with it. It provides them about 1.5 mile radius of Band 14, depending on where they are, and it also allows them to utilize commercial power as well as internet access. If they have internet access at the location, they don't need the satellite backhaul. They can use it there as well. There's additional information available if needed, but when you hear the term CRD, that's a Compact Rapid Deployable, and it's actually allowed to be purchased by FirstNet customers so they can deploy the network when they go into an incident. Next slide, Tom. These are cases, and this is an example of the Mega Range, what we call our FirstNet high power user equipment. The case on the right, the case on the left is a deployable case that you can take and deploy on the ground. It basically will talk to the network using HPUE or high power user equipment, and then it will create a Wi-Fi bubble resulting from that. We see these are very popular at wildfires and other events where they need access, and the HPUE is an important piece. The guts of that box is what you see on the right. That's the AWS, the AW12 modem from Assured Wireless. That is the piece that increases the signal and allows that higher power uplink from the device, in this case the red box, to the tower site itself. Again, that high power UE is 1.25 watts, and band 14 is the only LTE band in the US enabled by 3GPP standards to use power class 1 or 1.25 watts. So that really makes FirstNet unique, and particularly with regard to its capabilities in rural areas and when you're in that cell edge. Having that full watt, 1.2 watts as compared to a quarter watt, may be the difference between whether your device can actually talk on the network or not. Next slide, Tommy. This is another example of the CRD, but it's in a Pelican case. This is what you saw on the CRD on wheels. These are two cases. One's a satellite and the other is a base station. So we've removed the form factor here and put this in the two Pelican cases where you can take these out and deploy these, and it'll create about a mile and a half. It's a little smaller footprint, a little smaller low power battery, and you don't have that 15-foot antenna that you had on the CRD. But this solution is available as well. It's also available for purchase by agencies, and it is at a lesser price. I believe it's somewhere between $35,000 and $38,000. So this is a similar process where the agency can buy the solution and deploy it as they need it. It's a little lower, smaller form factor and a little lower cost. The range is a little less, but it may be something that supports an agency. It may meet their specific need. So agencies should be considering that as well. You have the CRD on wheels, and this is the mini CRD. Next slide. We'll talk a little bit about mission critical push to talk and LTE specifically, and LMR to LTE. First, that's really the only nationwide wireless communications network built for and with first responders. And we've been public safety's trusted partner at AT&T. We've been their trusted partner with broadband push to talk for over a decade now. Mission critical push to talk offers group communications from an LTE perspective at a level of performance previously unavailable. The mission critical push to talk solutions that you see on FirstNet have better audio quality and better latency than anything you'll see in the Project 25 LMR space. FirstNet has delivered choice with two broadband solutions, both FirstNet Push to Talk and FirstNet Rapid Response, and we'll get to that here in a second. So broadband has been a big part of public safety. Everybody remembers Nextel for the longest time, and that the ability way back in 07, 08 to do push to talk over a commercial wireless device. It was very popular. It didn't last very long, but it was very popular. So public safety's had a need to identify their capabilities for push to talk with a commercial wireless device. And one of the reasons for that is within FirstNet, we think it's a great combination because it allows that commercial device, which is cost effective, robust, and hardened, but it also allows that priority and preemption to make sure you know your push to talk call is going to get through. Have you ever been in an area where you have to communicate at a crowded event due to congestion? FirstNet will get you above that commercial traffic, and you can be sure your push to talk solution is going to work because it's mission critical push to talk. Have you ever found that some members of your group received the call, but some didn't? So we know that we can bypass that. We know we can make sure that LTE and FirstNet push to talk supports that. Being able to integrate maps where you can see graphically all your people in your talk group. While you're talking to them, you're looking at your device and you're seeing a map of where all the users are. That's valuable information for an incident commander when he wants to see, I've got 2 people on this floor, I've got 2 people on that floor, and I've got 3 people on that floor. Utilizing the Z-Access Tommy mentioned earlier, plus push to talk, plus FirstNet priority, that really allows them to integrate that data and see the information on the map. So when he gets a better understanding of what the people are doing and where they are when he interfaces with them. Tommy, anything on this?
Yeah, just thinking about some of the incidents that I responded to when I was in the fire service. You know, back in, I think it was the either late 90s or early 2000s, as a battalion chief in Colorado Springs, when we had a working structure fire, we would respond to battalion chiefs. And in times when I arrived on scene as the first battalion chief that took the incident commander position, or as the second battalion chief that supported the incident commander, I downloaded an app on my phone that allowed me to take my phone to the Charlie side or the backside of the structure so that the incident commander sitting at the command post could see the conditions on the Charlie side. Thinking about when we respond to structure fires, one of the things that we're taught to do early on is do a 360 of the building, get a view of what it looks like on each sides of the building, and recognizing that the front side, the alpha side, might look totally different from what you have going on the Charlie side. So back then, we used to take our cell phones out and Skype each other from the different locations so that we would have a good picture of what was happening going on at the scene to create situational awareness. And so now with Band 14 and FirstNet, it gives us a reliable connection to be able to do that, because back when I was using Skype, it was, sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. But if it's on Band 14, it's on FirstNet, you're going to get that good picture coming back into the command post to increase situational awareness. Also, think about a large-scale incident, a wildfire that's going to go on for several days. Developing that incident action plan and having to make physical copies of that and to distribute it to everybody on that scene. Think about the amount of time and effort it takes to do that. Now with mission critical push to talk, you can share documents over those devices. And not only will the group leaders and the commanders get a copy of that IEP, but you can disperse that IEP to everybody on that scene that have access to a device where they can receive it and read that information to make sure that everybody's operating on the same page and that everybody that's operating at that scene have situational awareness.
Yeah, that's a great point. And Mission Critical Push to Talk is part of the larger Mission Critical services, which include data and video. So Push to Talk can be accompanied with video. Push to Talk could be accompanied with data. Those are all common services. So that's a higher priority on the network. It's a higher performing solution, and it's especially important when on scene, because it's gonna give you that performance that you need during those incidents. Next slide, Tommy. And this is really the reason why Mission Critical Push to Talk works, is because of the FirstNet network. The advanced network core, including 5G, as we mentioned earlier, Mission Critical QCIs, which basically tell the network, hey, this is a priority application. Not only is the device prioritized, but this application on the device is more important than that application. So we're going to give it a higher priority within the device itself. S1U encryption is unique to FirstNet. It's a higher degree of encryption between the tower site and the actual core itself, and only FirstNet offers that. The identity and the API library with regard to applications and the ability for devices to interface and to connect properly with each other. As Tommy mentioned, the Z-Access and NextNav are response for FirstNet application that allows vertical identification and vertical location services. So not only is he at that address, but he's on the 4th floor as compared to the 8th floor at that address. And then the interworking function, which is a very mature way to tie LTE push to talk and FirstNet push to talk into your sophisticated Project 25 networks. Next slide, Tommy. And customers told us their concerns: performance, they're able to communicate at crowded events. They want to be able to communicate within their agency and across agencies. So we've developed a mutual aid functionality where if in my town, on my talk group, I can reach out to the town next door. If there's somebody who has a specific training capability or a specific capability that we need for this incident, I can reach out and grab him and bring him into my talk group in real time. And all of a sudden, my talk group will show up on his device. So that kind of mutual aid capabilities where you're able to manage resources seamlessly, not just within an agency, but across agencies, is an important piece. And the situational awareness that Tommy indicated, identifying a lost child, you're going to want that picture to go out with the criteria and all the conditions associated with the child, because you never know who he's going to walk past at any one time. Open standards. It's a global standard that we're used to seeing that really drives these ecosystems. We're going to show you in a little bit some of the devices that are capable, that operate these devices just like your cell phones. They perform better. They're more robust. They have better screens. They have better streaming cameras. everything is better from the next generation, from the last generation. And that's because these things are globally made and they're designed to provide better performance for the user. Public safety within FirstNet benefits from those global standards as they evolve. And doing more with less, cost, complexity, and personnel. We want cost-effective options that do these higher functionality things. And we think, granted, you can go out and buy a $10,000 radio, but that radio does the same thing on day one as it does on year 10. We're talking about devices now that exponentially increase their performance over time, and they're relatively inexpensive in comparison. So this is really the information we've got back from our customers. This is why we've evolved FirstNet the way we have. Next slide.
And see, before we move on to the next slide, but I'm thinking about the inter and intra-agency connection. And a lot of times we think about inter-agency connection, mutual aid requests from one fire department to another fire department. But think about those incidents where you're responding with law enforcement or EMS, if EMS is not a part of your department, in wildland situations where you have to do evacuations, being able to communicate with law enforcement without having to go through the dispatch center. So as Steve talked about pulling in different agencies onto the same channel, think about it, being able to connect a police officer that's responsible for evacuating a block with the incident commander from the fire side, and being able to communicate and being able to keep track of what blocks have been evacuated, again, creating situational awareness for everybody that's on that scene.
Absolutely, Tommy. Go ahead and go to the next slide here, Wolf. So really what's happened here is we've established open standards, and these standards really allow for a broadband push-to-talk future that really supplements existing LMR solutions. It provides flexibility and confidence. There may be a police chief, he may want to monitor as long as his traffic, but he may bring his smartphone with him when he's at a conference 3 states away. He may still want to monitor that car chase. He may still want to keep track of that data, but he doesn't necessarily want to haul a radio with him. So that gives some flexibility and some confidence. Again, he's going to get priority and preemption on that network. It's not just a commercial wireless network. He's actually a prioritized user when he goes to that conference. So he can still manage that information and still need to listen to what he needs to hear. Choice, innovation, and cost savings. Again, higher functioning devices, lower cost. We think that's a trend that's going to continue. Support for integration, where everything now is starting to integrate video, data, push to talk. So the integration of data, the ability for a firefighter to have a push to talk service and have priority on the network, but in his talk group, his blood pressure, his pulse, his heart rate may be a variable that you want to make sure that when he presses the button, his traffic is prioritized above the other people on his team if he's in a cardiac arrest situation, or if his life signs, his biomedical signs are such that it's impactful to him, or he's in stress, or he's in danger. So we can take that integration of data and prioritize him based on the results of that biomedical information. So now we can take holistic solutions and incorporate them into people, vehicles, etc. So they not only interact with each other, but they interact with the devices around them to make sure they're safer and make sure that their services are of a level that allows them to stay safe and get the job done. Open standards continues to evolve. Again, it's that global ecosystem of devices. And then the future, confidence that today's decisions have longevity. We don't want you to buy a device you keep for 10 years because the technology is going to change in 3. So we want to make sure that you constantly have the right devices and the devices that work the best on the network, because the network continues to evolve. So we want your devices to always leverage the network as much as possible. Next slide, Tommy. So these are just some examples. And again, we've FirstNet Push to Talk and our other mission critical push to talk solutions. These are just a few examples of the type of rugged devices you see. You see the Sonim XP5 Plus there. It's got knobs like a radio on the back of it. Some of these are feature phones. Some of these are smartphones. The Seata device doesn't have a screen at all. It has a screen at the top. But these are devices that can be utilized for push to talk. And they're not smartphones. They may not necessarily look like a smartphone. They may be very different than that. So there's a lot of options when it comes to push to talk and FirstNet Push to Talk and LMR to LTE. that we really think are excited. It's not just your Apple phone. There's a lot of different devices that are out there that can be utilized. We want to make sure that public safety has a deeper toolbox when they reach into that toolbox for a tool. And maybe it's another separate device that they have with them, specifically focused on LTE push-to-talk or FirstNet push-to-talk. Tommy? So this is just a high-level graphic of how FirstNet Push-to-Talk operates. The Global Network Operations Center, we have the FirstNet Evolved Packet Core is at 6 diverse locations. You sign up for the service, you register, and your administrator can go in and build talk groups and populate users and create as many talk groups as you want. It's a nationwide network, so while you may be in Ohio, you can take that device to Phoenix and talk back to people. We don't have a specific footprint like your LMR radio system does. It's a single nationwide network, and your talk groups work anywhere you are, and they talk to anybody you need to talk to, regardless of where they are in the country. So different devices, feature phones, smartphones. You see there's a hybrid device there. There's an LMR device. Both Motorola and Harris make them. They're LMR devices, VHF, UHF, 7800, and they also have LTE components in them as well. Different manufacturers leverage those LTE components in different ways. But the world is changing. We're on a LMR to LTE evolution. For some people, it's 6 years. For some people, it's 16 years. But make no mistake, we're on a transition. Next slide. And as an example, Motorola has offered our second mission critical push to talk service. It's called FirstNet Rapid Response. Our first was FirstNet Push to Talk. Now we have FirstNet Rapid Response. Mission critical push to talk voice, quality of service, also integrates with dispatch consoles, situational awareness, location, user profile management, discrete listening, and be able to give the dispatch the indication of the signal strength of the device, the power levels of the device, what talk group it's on. So the information can be utilized, discrete listening where the device can be turned on and it can be monitored, the traffic, which you'll see in some undercover scenarios are very popular. It basically takes the existing enhanced EPTT or enhanced push-to-talk solution that Kodiak Motorola offers today and offers it a migration path to become a mission-critical push-to-talk service. There'll be more on that in the future. It's called FirstNet Rapid Response. It will support LMR to LTE through ISSI, CSSI, and any kind of RIPE solutions, as well as Motorola's cloud-based Critical Connect solution that will allow P25 system to talk to P25 system. It will also allow P25 system to talk to LTE push to talk as well in FirstNet. Next slide. The standards-based open architecture is really important. FirstNet network integration is optimized for performance. It's really designed to support those users and the devices on a priority basis. Fully integrated in the FirstNet network, it's adaptable to any agency, and it really excels in performance and reliability. You can be confident. This isn't just having commercial wireless service. You can be confident that the service that you have is going to provide you the capabilities that you need operationally and from a communications perspective. The devices are dependable devices, they meet strict certification requirements to be on FirstNet with regard to availability and security, as do apps. Accessories. There's more accessories that you see on LTE push-to-talk devices today than what we have in what we see in LMR devices. Gang chargers, earpieces, Bluetooth microphones, potato mics. So we have as many accessories in LTE push-to-talk after 3 years of being up and running as we've had in 40 years of the LMR push-to-talk environment. So that architecture allows advanced solutions. We've talked about 5G earlier, dispatch console integration, location adds to situational awareness, that integration of data from location, and then device-to-device off-network operation, which is called proximity services. I think we're going to see that in 5G at some point down the road. Stay tuned for that. Integration and interoperable with radios and existing systems, that's going to continue to evolve. It's really about the open architecture. It allows 19 different devices can be utilized on a single system. They all support the same service and they all can be utilized. So you're not bound by 2 or 3 device manufacturers anymore. You can go get any device you want as long as it's a cellular device that'll work on AT&T's network, it'll work for that service. Next slide, Tom. S1 encryption I mentioned earlier. This is a great solution. It's between the tower site and the core. It's a degree of encryption that is unique to FirstNet. And no other commercial provider offers it, and it's unique to FirstNet to meet strict security requirements. And it does a tunneled IPsec solution between the actual tower site and our core. So this has been rolled out, and it's unique. Only FirstNet offers it across the country. Next slide, Tommy. And the LMR interoperability piece, there's a number of different solutions. Depending on whatever kind of radio system you have, we have a solution that integrates LTE push-to-talk and FirstNet push-to-talk into your LMR operation. And you can do that by connecting it to a radio through a wipe kit, or connecting it through ISSI, or a number of other ways. But and it's designed to enhance your LMR operations, not designed to replace it. It's designed to enhance it. You may have some traffic that you need to move over, and you need to utilize it for LTE, and you want to be able to keep track of that traffic. That's something you can do specific, and each agency can decide what they want to keep on their radios and what they want to start moving. There may be some in-building solutions in your city, in your county, where your actual coverage is better in building on LTE than it is LMR, because the AT&T network has been built out in that particular convention center or that building for years. So it's quite possible we can see the day down the road when a single device is going to have LMR capabilities and LTE capabilities, and all you're going to have to do is press the button. That device is always going to give you the best of those two scenarios. Next slide, Tommy. And really, it's about really keeping the team safe and being informed. Improve streaming video, improve file sharing and data sharing, location and mapping, emergency alerts, remote monitoring, making sure the device is operating properly and allows a dispatcher to understand what's happening on the ground for the users. And tying it all together is really the integration of dispatch capabilities. And dispatch is starting to come on as well. They'll have similar applications, CAD, records management systems, all of those things will be tied in. So the dispatcher will see the activity in the field. It'll reflect on their CAD. They can make changes in their CAD, and it'll reflect on the applications for the first responders in the field. Next slide. So we have two mission-critical push-to-talk solutions, FirstNet Rapid Response by Motorola and FirstNet Push-to-Talk. Performance, reliability, and the ongoing investment based on the needs of public safety. Again, we're in a big transition here. Agencies are going to continue to utilize LTE push-to-talk. They're going to continue to use mission-critical push-to-talk, and agencies will determine the best way to meet their operational needs as they integrate these into their LMR operations. Access to Motorola Solutions Critical Connect, which is a cloud-based interface. We think that's going to continue with Rapid Response. Streaming video, streaming data as part of that mission-critical services that we talked about is going to continue to evolve and grow. The push-to-talk for public safety, FirstNet Push-to-Talk and FirstNet Rapid Response, is the highest priority service on your device for FirstNet. The only thing that's equal to it is when you're dialing 911 from a FirstNet device. That shows you how important that service is within our network and on your device. And the network knows that the traffic from that device is more important than the traffic from your browser, let's say, on that same device. So we're able to prioritize the applications on the specific device. Next slide. Mission Critical Push-to-Talk, developed for public safety. It focuses on the mission at hand. It communicates better across boundaries. Again, it's a single nationwide network, not a number of hundreds or thousands of networks across the country. It's a single network, and it offers that flexibility. If you're a firefighter and you're going to leave Ohio to go to California to help respond with wildfires, by the time you get off the plane, your device is ready to go. You don't have to program a radio on the hood of a truck out in the woods someplace. And then they act on the information, modern communications, video data, and more, enabled more informed decision-making because you got the right information in front of the right people when they need it. And then extend the value of the technology over time. You don't want to buy a device and keep it for 10 years. You want to buy a device that constantly leverages as much work as possible from the network to keep you and your people safe. Next slide, Tommy. FirstNet Central is really the portal for a FirstNet customer. Somebody in the agencies is assigned to be responsible. They'll be able to go in. They can add devices. They can manage devices. They can manage Uplift. They can manage the mutual aid functionality within FirstNet Push to Talk. They can check service and billing if they've got some bundled some billing services or some data plans. They can ability to peer with the mobile device management. This is really the hub. You can also make a SATCult request for this. You can manage Uplift, as I indicated. You can also look for outages on the network and look at the health of the network, all from FirstNet Central, which again is a service offered to you as a FirstNet customer free of charge. Next slide, Tommy. This is just an indication of some of our response operations deployable solutions based on Hurricane Ian in the Sanibel, Captiva, Fort Myers area last September. You see the services, some of that, you see the CRD there at Orange County Sheriff. You can see the lines of generators and to see the SATCults. And even the CRD was being brought out on an amphibious vehicle they're bringing out to Sanibel. So these are the people all they do is make sure that they're prepared for the next disaster and to respond to it. So we've got a full team of people. That's all they spend all their waking moment on, is focusing on that. The Response Operations Group, in conjunction with our Network Disaster Recovery Teams, NDR, they do a great job. Next slide, Tommy. And this is really where we talked earlier about Uplift, the ability to say everybody's above the commercial traffic, but I really need these users to be, they're at a very critical point and they really need to have all of the attention of the network and every available resource that they want. So you can move those users, whether they're extended primary or primary users, you can move those users up to that level 0 and make sure that they've got that access. You can also put those users in that position when they're within a 100-mile radius of the event. So they may be coming from a distance away, but you can actually prioritize them even before they're in the footprint of the event itself. So we can do this within the agency. Again, you can go across agencies to bring users in and to utilize that mutual aid function. The Uplift piece is done from FirstNet Central. It's a critical piece to be able to go in and provision and make sure that the network is always doing in real time what your users need to be safe and to be effective. Tommy? So FirstNet today is right at 4.4, a little over 4.4 million users, 24,000 plus agencies. There's 200 applications in the FirstNet app catalog, and again, 560 FirstNet ready devices. That's a great indicator of the kind of success that we've had, the commitment we've had from first responders going forward. We were obligated contractually to build out Band 14. And we've done that, 2.81 million square miles of coverage, 50,000 square miles more than commercial networks out there, our competition. We have 150 plus dedicated assets for FirstNet. Plus, we have about 300 other assets that are AT&T assets that are available to us in those markets, hurricanes, floods, tornadoes, et cetera. So the branded assets are for FirstNet, but we also have the AT&T deep pool of resources to utilize as well. ROG to dog therapy animals are also available that we bring out to events during disasters and events such as tornadoes and those response to support those responders that are out there doing that work. Our 99% plus Band 14 coverage commitment completion, we're almost there. And then our solutions deployed from our Response Operations Group, over 1.2 thousand and still growing. So that's the 2022 version. In 2023, I think we're on track to exceed that number again. Tommy, anything?
Yeah, and Steve, this is our last slide. And just want to say, when you think about FirstNet, FirstNet was created after 9/11. And it was created because public safety leaders raised their voice saying that there's a better way of doing business than how we're doing it at this time. And so our leaders lobbied the national legislators to create FirstNet. And so when we talk about FirstNet being built for public safety, with public safety, the idea started with public safety. And so you have people like myself, people like Steve that worked in public safety that are dedicated to helping you fulfill your mission. So the tools and the solutions that we bring to bear are for you. And so we reach out to public safety on a regular basis to find out where the gaps are. What do you need? And so FirstNet is here to respond with you. We're mission ready, like we talked about our deployables. It doesn't matter if the situation is in an urban area or a rural area. FirstNet, we have the tools, the equipments, and the solutions to send out with you to make sure that you're able to accomplish your mission, because at the end of the day, saving life and property is the most important thing that you do. And we want to make sure that while we go out and support you to carry out the mission, that you have what you need in order to do that and be able to return home to your families.
Would help if I unmuted myself. Thanks for your time today, and we'll see if we have any questions in the chat here. And let me ask you some questions about. We talked a little bit about in-building coverage and LTE versus LMR, and I know now we have Motorola radios, for example, have the capability of going on to LTE, and the complexity of trying to set that up, though, poses some challenges, right? To having a community have to put in SSIDs for various structures and figure out MOUs to get that operational. Do you have any thoughts about processes that would make that happen more efficiently?
Yeah, this is Steve. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, that the Motorola, for example, the radio offers both LTE and Wi-Fi, and the SSID piece that you mentioned is a challenge. There's a number of SSIDs that you could do, but in a lot of buildings you go into, you may not have the ability to change the SSID in that sense. So the LTE piece is also a part of that the radio will look for connectivity from the LMR system. If it doesn't see that, it'll go look for Wi-Fi or it'll look for LTE. And in many cases, the LTE extension of the backhaul, which is really what it is, may be a better option for that. But you're right, the SSIDs and the Wi-Fi piece can be limiting depending on what areas you're planning on going. The good news is there's also an LTE component to leverage in that.
So you think in many cases the LTE component may actually be easier to jump onto, maybe stronger inside the facility?
Yeah, and we know that a lot of code requirements support in-building LMR coverage. So there's signal boosters or BDAs in a lot of buildings. There may be some buildings where there's an extraordinary improvement in LTE coverage in that building. So the good news is it's a deeper toolbox. You give you more options, and you probably should be able to go into that radio and say, I want you to be on LMR. If you're not an LMR, or if it's below this signal strength, I want you to do this. I want you to look for this first. So in addition to the functionality of the radio, you should be able to go in and decide how you want your users' radios to perform and what to look for and which order in which to do so. So I think it's one thing to give the functionality. It's another thing to put the ability to manage that functionality in the hands of the users and the people who program their radio. So, and this will continue to evolve. Harris Radio operates a little differently, but it'll do the similar thing. I do think we're coming to a point where the radios are going to be smart enough to manage multiple networks, and all we'll tell the user is you press the button at any given place, at any given time, you're going to get the best experience.
You see at some point that we would actually get rid of LMR to some degree and just have an IP addressable device that goes on to whatever it is that's out there?
I don't know if we'll ever get rid of it per se, because I think, there's a lot of people who said when we had trunk systems, I'd get rid of my conventional channels. Well, that didn't happen, right? So I think the role and the position that it takes can change over time, but I don't think getting rid of it, I think LTE push to talk will enhance LMR for quite some time. If it ever gets to a point where we don't use this anymore, but again, I still see people carrying VHF conventional channels in their radio after they have an LMR 800 trunk system. So I think that's up to the agency to determine it. And you have an LMR device now has what, 1,000 talk groups or channels in it. So no one's going to be in a position where, oh, I don't have enough room. I think that's always going to be the case. But we're going to see an enhancement of that over time. But right now, LTE push to talk and FirstNet push to talk enhances LMR, and we think that's going to be the case for quite some time.
Do you think that the band 14 is at some point going to start to get saturated, especially as people move larger packets through that?
Well, certainly, AT&T, when it won the award from the FirstNet Authority, we opened up our entire network. So a user, certainly the device looks for band 14 first, but the user also is able to enjoy PCS and 800 and all of our other bands as well. So band 14, the way that we manage traffic on band 14 will continue to change 4G, 5G as the network evolves. The good news is if it was just band 14, then and somebody had built a network just on band 14, then you're right. At some point, one would have to start looking at capacity issues and ways to manage that. Fortunately, AT&T opened up its whole spectrum portfolio to our FirstNet users as they grow. So that's an important point, because if the bid had gone to somebody else who that's all they had, then that's all you'd have. So we're not in that position now, but it's important that AT&T made that distinction and opened up the whole network.
That's good.
And also, Steve, I'll add that if you are not on band 14, you're on one of the commercial networks, you still have the priority and preemption.
Right, exactly. Right.
What do you gentlemen see as the future where we're going with technology as far as communications? What do you think are some directions where things are going to start to move?
I think things are going to continue to we're going to see a transition. We're going to see a transition where all of the tools are available. And again, we really want to see a deeper toolbox. We want public safety to reach down and be able to go deeper into that toolbox. That's a separate standalone ruggedized LTE push to talk device that they carry with them. That looks like the size is about 3 or 4 inches tall that they can bring with them. I think there's going to be a number of different ways. The fact that the LMR manufacturers, Motorola and Harris, are offering LTE capable LMR devices shows you that we're in a transition here. So the integration of data, voice, video, all of those things integrating into what was used to just be voice only and push to talk only is giving us an indication that all of these tools now, all of these resources from a broadband perspective can be brought together and to provide solutions that give more information and provide better situational awareness. I think that's going to continue to evolve and grow. Tommy?
Yeah, I agree with that, Steve. I think back when I was in the fire service and all the different things that are available now, and looking at FirstNet's only 5 years old, and all the different things that have taken place in 5 years. And not only is innovation happening in FirstNet, but we're driving innovation in the market. And so 5 years from now, it's going to be amazing the things that are going to be at the fingertips of and what I would suggest to everybody that's listening to this is contact your IT department, contact your fire chief, and have somebody from FirstNet, the local market, come down and sit and talk with them about the things that are available, because things are happening very quickly. And like the story that I shared on the webinar about being able to take a cell phone, going to the Charlie side of a building, being able to Skype to the incident command post so that everybody had situational awareness that was in the command post. The different wearables, the different devices that you can take into a fire that automatically monitors firefighters' locations, their vitals, and all those different things. And so there's a whole lot of tools that are available now, but as Steve said, that toolbox is just going to get deeper and deeper. And FirstNet, we have a great partnership with public safety, like I said, built for and with public safety. And so we're reaching out to fire departments, law enforcement, EMS departments on a regular basis to see what tools they need. And one thing I love about firefighters is that if there's a gap, we're going to find that gap, and we'll talk to people about how to fill that gap, because we're very innovative people.
Right. And Mike, we're seeing even in the in-building space, AT&T and FirstNet's a member of the Safer Buildings Coalition, and we're seeing some municipalities now, jurisdictions, requiring 700-800 LMR in the new construction buildings in their jurisdiction, but also requiring band 14. So we're starting to see an LTE request for in-building capabilities on parallel with the LMR solutions. Now we're starting to see people call that out. The code is very clear. The code says the authority having jurisdiction can ask for whatever it wants, whatever it thinks it needs. So the ability to look at that, we're seeing even in the in-building space now, separate devices that support band 14 and support 7800 LMR trunk systems in BDAs and antenna arrays, et cetera. So we're seeing that's a great example of that transition. That push-to-talk transition is going to continue to be LMR LTE, and we're also seeing that data capability. That's a critical piece that's got to be accompany that push-to-talk capability. So the in-building is a great indication, and in-building is going to be important for FirstNet as it evolves in the next 20 years or so.
What's your take currently on if you're in an area where the outskirts of our larger communities and rural areas where people struggle still to have cellular communication, what are some thoughts about, you mentioned early in the presentation, a device that would increase the wattage that's coming out of the cellular device and give communication? What are some other solutions?
Yeah, well, certainly the compact rapid deployable, the ability for a network for an agency to bring the base station with them. They can bring the base station, it mounts on the back of the vehicle, they can set it up. It has its own satellite backhaul. It'll give them their own, they're basically bringing the network with them. It'll give them up to a 2.5-3 mile radius of operation. That is one example. The higher power, high HPUE or mega range, we call it, gives an additional power level from your device into the network. So it can be upwards of 1.2 watts, which is about 5 times more powerful than your typical cell phone. So that may be one solution as well. So we introduce a number of different opportunities and things that can contribute to that. But the other issue is agencies may say, well, we never had coverage up in the northern part of the county. We've added hundreds of sites across the country, maybe even thousands of sites as part of this FirstNet program. So there may be coverage in areas where people didn't have coverage before. And to Tommy's point, they need to get with their local FirstNet salesperson to get some demo devices and go out and go, oh boy, we never realized we have coverage up in this part of the county. So unless they actually get a device and go out, they're not going to know. So we've done a lot of build out as part of this program, and it's very possible we've added some new towers and improve some coverage in some areas. So get with your local FirstNet sales consultant because your coverage in your area may have improved.
Okay. Any final closing remarks? This has been very informative.
Oh, Tommy, I'm good. Tommy, you have anything?
No, I mean, as you can tell, Steve is a technology guy. He's been around a long time on FirstNet, and I was the guy that wrote the fire trucks. But I can tell you why FirstNet. Back in 2018, when I first went to FirstNet, I was working with the Redmond Fire Department and heard about FirstNet. And 2 words, priority and preemption, and realizing and remembering those times where you try to make a phone call in critical moments, having that reliability that the phone call is going to go through. And then this wasn't an idea that the telecommunication companies came up with. It was the public safety voices that were heard by national legislators that drove FirstNet to existence. And so why FirstNet? Because FirstNet is part of public safety. Public safety created FirstNet, and this is the public safety's network.
Yeah, and I think another thing that's important, Mike, is that public safety for the longest time kind of got the solutions that the industry thought they needed. And FirstNet was the first example of when public safety said, no, we're going to tell you what we need, and this is what we need. And that's really changed the model. And the paradigm is such that public safety now has the ability to leverage current devices and high performance devices for lower cost. The performance goes up and the cost goes down. That was unheard of 10 years ago. So the ability for public safety to now has more of a say in the evolution and technological capabilities of their products is huge. And we think FirstNet's the beginning of that, and we're looking forward to the future and how that evolves.
Great. Well, thank you both. And maybe we can replicate that with medical devices someday. We'll see.
Sure. Absolutely. Yeah. Very good.
I appreciate you joining us. Thank you. Now I would like to have a word from another sponsor, the FirstNet folks.
You need reliable communications to keep your community safe. That's why FirstNet is here. Born out of the 9/11 tragedy, FirstNet is America's public safety network built with and for first responders. Congressionally authorized and with continual oversight from the First Responder Network Authority. FirstNet operates on a physically separate, dedicated core and uses Band 14, the spectrum set aside by the government just for FirstNet. Plus, your network is monitored 24/7, 365 by the FirstNet Security Operations Center. FirstNet offers over 285 FirstNet-ready devices and over 170 verified and certified apps. And with FirstNet, you have access to a dedicated fleet of over 100 portable cell sites. FirstNet is mission ready.
Welcome back. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, who is Heather Davis, another good friend. And I think I'm draining the UCLA folks for our presentations today. But Heather is going to talk about from consultant to collaborator, how to get what you need from your paramedic education program. And Heather is currently the Director of Student Assessment at the David Geffen School of Medicine out of UCLA. She's responsible for managing a valid, reliable, and equitable assessment program used to enhance learning and verify competency of undergraduate medical students at UCLA. She spent more than 20 years previously at the UCLA Center for Pre-Hospital Care in both the Associate Director and Program Director roles. And as the Education Director for LA County Fire, she managed the education programs for over 3,000 firefighters, EMTs, and paramedics. She holds a doctorate in educational psychology from the University of Southern California, teaches as an adjunct professor in the Rossier School of Education, and is the immediate past chair of the National Registry of EMTs. Dr. Davis is a published author and national speaker. Her scholarly interests lie in learning and motivation, transfer of learning, and how issues of equity and inclusion impact learning and performance. And this presentation that you're about to hear from Heather is an absolutely amazing presentation that I think will give you a lot of good information about dealing and interacting with your paramedic program.
Hi, welcome to the session From Consumer to Collaborator, how to get what you need from your paramedic education program. My name's Heather Davis. I am a former paramedic program director at UCLA. I'm still at UCLA, where I have moved to the dean's office a couple of years ago, but I spent more than 20 years involved in paramedic education. And I used to be a frequent speaker at Fire Rescue Med back in the days of the Orleans. And it's a pleasure to be back visiting with all of you. In the many years that I've spent at UCLA, I also spent 5 years as the education director at LA County Fire. In my work as in paramedic education, there was a time when LA County Fire said, hey, why don't you just come over and work for us? You're doing so much in paramedic education. Wouldn't you just rather work directly for us? And so for a time I thought, yes, I would love to learn about government and organizational culture and how to do those things. So I worked directly in the EMS section and worked in the training tower and helped to guide EMT and paramedic education. And it was really there that we started to form some of these ideas about how to create a partnership and change the relationship we had with the education and training programs. And in a large organization like LA County Fire, we use not just one training program. In fact, the county has their own training program, but we needed to utilize additional training programs in order to serve the large volume of paramedics that we needed to turn out in order to serve our community. And so there are different sort of flavors. Every school has their own expertise, but this presentation is designed from the program director's perspective about where there are places that we can collaborate together and to help inform you, whether you are a training officer, whether you're a BC, whether you are the department chief, to think about places where in the sort of ecosystem of EMS or paramedic training that could be high yield, where you could partner together. And some of those you may already be familiar with, but some you may never have thought about in terms of getting the most success from your learners, from the folks that you're sending to school, and making sure that you get back the product that is important to you and that you're getting a good return on your investment. So let's get going and see what there is to cover here. So our goal today is to make sure that we cover those high impact areas that are going to make it really feel like a partnership, and that, like I said, you're getting a good return on investment. So I have these divided into these 4 areas. Collaborating on pass rates. There's nothing more important than making sure the folks that you send are coming back successful and able to serve for many years as excellent EMS professionals. In the area of cost containment and return on investment, and QI, making sure that we're making improvements in the system by the folks that we send and get back from EMS training each time. And then also in the area of other department members who are no longer initial trainees, who are no longer going to primary EMT or paramedic school, but thinking about their lifelong learning. So that's how I have the presentation divided up, and we'll get started with pass rates. So partnering on pass rates is incredibly important because there's nothing worse than the sunk cost of sending somebody that doesn't come back successful. Bad for the department in terms of cost spent, in terms of investment loss, but really also, not great for learners who you send for department members who come back unsuccessful, who return to the station with sort of, their head hung low. That didn't work out for me. I gave it a shot, but it didn't go well. That sort of thing. I wanted to know, in our system here, we have both folks who volunteer to go to paramedic school. We also have folks who, what we call, are drafted or voluntold to go to paramedic school. And then we also have folks in a competitive system where there are a limited number of seats sponsored by the department or paid for the department who have to compete for the opportunity to go to paramedic school. And then there are other departments who actually their folks pay their own way to go to paramedic school. And then if they are successful, the department reimburses them. So there are many models here in the Southern California system. And so I'll be speaking to sort of all of the things that make those successful. So whichever one sort of matches what might be the system that you have, I think we have something for everyone there. So the very first element that I think can be successful and where you can partner is in this idea of having orientation, making sure that everybody knows what to expect and how to succeed in the school environment, in this sort of classroom environment. Let's face it, many of your folks have not been learners for a long time, at least in this like kind of full-time immersive experience. And so having far enough out orientation, what to expect, how to get your life in order. This is going to be important. And I'm using this image that shows families there together because it's very important for whatever the support system is. Oftentimes that's family. If you have the kind of members who are married, who have children, and it's a family support system, that's great. We want those folks there. But if you have a very young kind of, members who are, still in their 20s and their support system is their buddy, their friend, the other guys at the station, guys or gals at the station, then those are the folks who should be coming, because what we want to know is what's it going to take. And I always like to say it takes a village to be successful. But what is it going to mean in terms of, excuse me, changes in free time, changes in finances, how much flexible income is available, ability to work overtime, things like long days at the school studying, needed to get in there to practice. These are changes in lifestyle and changes in things that are going to be happening that we need to hear about, and also what's it going to take in order to be successful. We want to hear those things and have the family here sort of how to support them. And that's going to be very important. We're talking about things like how to set up a study space, and that should not be a table. This is where we have family meals, and their significant other is going to want to clear that table every day and serve a family meal there. If they have little kids, the place to study is not going to be where those kids are playing video games in the den. They're going to need to figure out where that is. But it's also things like get the finances in order. If being in school means they're not going to be able to work as much overtime, and they've come to rely on that overtime income, it means sort of figuring out, okay, probably this is less, fewer massages and mani-pedis, and maybe we're not taking that trip this summer, or we're not taking that ski trip this winter. And it's important to have those conversations early so we can start adjusting budgets. And sometimes our folks who were planning to come to school have not had that conversation at home yet. And that until all of a sudden those paychecks start to look different. But it's important to have the conversation too, and maybe coming from the school or coming from a department representative rather than from the member, to say this is an investment in one's career. Many departments offer a pay differential for paramedic or for somebody who has an EMS certification, and over the lifetime of a career could mean hundreds of thousands of dollars in income. Or earning potential, sometimes could be $1 million in earning potential when you think about that differential. And then when we think about contributions towards retirement, things like that, and having the family member who's just thinking about, oh, but that means less disposable income right now, having them think towards their future and what that means over a lifetime together becomes really important. It's also things like, this is not the time to stop going to therapy or taking your medication. If you have those types of things that help you manage anxiety, manage stress, manage, we want them to keep doing those things because this is going to be a stressful time being in school. If they had an IEP in high school, if they had some sort of accommodation in college, we want to reactivate those things now before class starts. We don't want them to start failing quizzes or exams. And then go, well, this is because I had this sort of learning accommodation back in the day. It can take sometimes weeks or months to get those things like sort of reactivated in the system. The school absolutely will honor those things, but the right paperwork needs to sort of happen. And we want those things, to be thinking about those things early. Also, transportation. Sometimes folks live really far. If you have a district here, the district is 2,500 square miles. And so they might live really far from school. Are they carpooling? How do they get here? Could they have a study buddy where they're quizzing each other on the way in? These are things we want to figure out early before they're already in school and performance is declining. And so having that kind of orientation and thinking about these things the year before they start, 6 months before they start school, 3 months before they start school can be incredibly important. That orientation is where we can set expectations for, yes, it's challenging, but we will not let you circle the drain. We're in it together. We are here to help. And when we offer a helping hand, let us help you. Both the school and the department is here to help you. And if you're wondering, does it make a difference? Do these kinds of activities like an orientation, this sense of community, this sense of belonging, we're here to help you, sharing what the pedagogy, sharing the strategy that we will use to support you. Does it matter? It matters a lot. By 20%, increased retention, increased persistence when the going gets tough. It increases persistence and retention in programs by about 20%, and particularly found to be really impactful for underrepresented students, particularly around the sciences, which we would consider paramedic school to be around the health sciences. And so if where you're getting some of your diversity is in folks who want to go to paramedic school or are interested in the EMS portion of the department's service to the community, this becomes very important to not have them wash out in paramedic school. And so it matters a lot. This is the opportunity to get people excited, particularly if you don't have a lot of folks lining up to go to paramedic school. This is where we can create this sense of commitment and need and service to the department and service to the community. Things like, what is it that they're doing here? That they're becoming part of something bigger than themselves. And the school is often really good at doing that, having the medical director speak, having some of the faculty speak. Here you're looking at a letter from Bryce and his parents. It was an intern on his very first day who responded to an anaphylactic reaction that Bryce was having. They did not know yet that Bryce was allergic to peanuts, and he's now a peanut-free kid. And then his parents wrote a letter, a thank you letter, letter and sent a picture of Bryce because on his very first day of internship, he had the opportunity to respond to Bryce, and they administered epinephrine, and he was a save. And they were incredibly thankful. But you can imagine how impactful that was for this new firefighter paramedic intern trainee who got the opportunity to roll on this kid and then really saw that he's becoming part of something incredible and something just bigger than, oneself. So this orientation is incredibly important, and so is something we call pre-training, making sure folks are ready to learn before they ever start paramedic school or in the same is true for EMT school as well. And for both, we have something called a prep course. And so this pre-training or getting folks ready for that learning event is incredibly important. So I want to tell you a little bit about paramedic prep, but we do a very similar sort of thing for EMT as well, EMT prep. In our paramedic prep course, what you see there in the black, it's an 8-day course while folks are still on duty. So they have not yet come out of the station. We work with the department to just get releases for them while they're still on duty. So they still have the camaraderie, still have the connection to the department. They're getting a flavor of what it will be like to be in class for a full day and have the rigor of being in class, taking quizzes, doing homework, learning again, reading a textbook, doing online assignments. They are earning college credit for this course, so there's some reimbursement to the department through the college credit system. And some departments are using it as an early warning system to say, are folks ready to go to paramedic school? And some folks make sure that you pass prep. Others do not have it as a entry system. They don't say that you have to pass prep in order to come in. They just want them to have that exposure. And here's the thing, whether or not folks come to UCLA's paramedic school or whether they go elsewhere, and there are plenty of choices here in Southern California, folks go all over to paramedic school. We know that no matter what paramedic school they go to, if they have had paramedic prep, 25% more likely to succeed in paramedic school. So it is incredibly helpful to have this pre-exposure. And look at the content. I listed the content there. First is teaching learning strategies. A lot of folks have not been in school for a really long time. And let's face it, some of the learning strategies they had in high school or in college weren't that great to begin with. And so they need so either refresher or actually retraining on how to study and how to learn. And the 90s were the year of the brain. We've learned a ton about how we process and retain information, and let us teach them that, how best and how to be efficient at studying so that it doesn't ruin the rest of their life, so that they can actually learn this material in an efficient way and still, continue with all the other things that they want to do, either on the department or in the rest of their life. Also, start teaching medical terminology, because it's incredibly hard to learn new concepts or conceptual knowledge about the other, body systems and how to treat if you're still trying to figure out what does hepatomegaly mean. If you're still looking up or Googling words while we're trying to teach concepts, that's going to be a problem. So they need to learn the language of medicine, and we take this time to do it. We also teach anatomy and physiology, particularly of the most difficult systems. So cardiology, of the cardiac system, of the nervous system, the ones that tend to be problematic when they get either into an A&P course or start paramedic school. EKG, the 6 steps of EKG interpretation, and also some beginning math. This is the time to figure out whether or not you can do math, or whether you need to knock on the door of the 8th grader who lives down the street and have them remind you of how to do, math that you will need for dosage calculations. So this isn't actually a lot of dosage calculations here. That's not what we're asking for in the prep class. We're asking for people to refresh how to do long division, how to multiply and divide fractions, the sort of things that they will need to do dosage calculations coming up. And then some basic, introduction to some pharmacology and pathophysioshock. Those are the areas that we find folks struggle with in paramedic school. And just this first exposure to that content doesn't mean they will have it mastered, but by priming it, by laying the foundation and planting some seeds, incredibly helpful then on the second pass when they have it in paramedic school, becomes much easier to learn at the pace that paramedic school will move through that material and increase success, and by quite a bit. We have repeated that study a couple of times at UCLA and have found the same results. Doesn't matter where they go to school, much better success if they have completed a paramedic prep class. So that pre-training doesn't always have to be formally in a paramedic prep class. It can be done, in a couple of different ways. Whether or not they go to a prep class, we always have them complete, something like this medical terminology course. And there's a great one through Des Moines University, which is offered for free. And that becomes one of those things that's like a partnership as well. Find resources. We will help find resources. The school will, that doesn't cost the department anything. This course is free. You can pay if you want continuing education for it, but most folks don't need the continuing education for it. They just need the information. One of the other things that we're, making sure that we're teaching are those learning strategies. For example, most folks don't understand, how language is processed and that you can't listen and read or write at the same time. And so through the redundancy theory, people need to be taught that there shouldn't be a lot of text on the slide. And so first of all, instructors should know that. Don't put a lot of text on the slide, and certainly don't start reading the text that is on the slide. But what that means for learners is if they're assigned video that has the transcript, they should really turn off that transcript, like hide the transcript if they're going to listen to the audio, or if they prefer to read, then turn the volume off. And that way, the way that we process language doesn't get confused in our brain, and we will actually remember more. So it's an either or principle, and that's a redundancy theory. But like most people don't know that. And so we take it upon ourselves to teach those things. And this is what I'm talking about, these partnerships. This is what you can ask. The school should know these things, right? They have educators who are professional educators. They have degrees in education, and these are the things that you can say, we want our folks to learn this. We want our folks to know how best to learn so they retain the information longer for a lifetime, for a career. Things like, how is it best to take notes directly on the slides? So are they posting the slides in advance so that your members can download them onto their tablets or onto their computers? That becomes another important thing. Do they provide a tablet? Do you provide a tablet? Is there some way to make sure that your members who you're sending have the resources that they need to be efficient learners? Information processing. Do they know the limits of working memory? It's no longer 9 things. If you were ever taught that you could remember 7 things plus or minus 2, so it was like 5 to 9 things. That is not accurate anymore. Sweller repeated that research in the 90s, and it turns out it's closer to 3 to 5. And so, we think about those things like a Plinko board where you have limited slots for your working memory. So if they're hungry, if they're stressed, if they're worried about something, those are taking up their slots. And we want to be aware of that, because sometimes the department can help with those things. If they're worried about something that's happening in the department, if there's some promotional thing going on, if there's some policy that everybody's voting on, there's something going on with the union, then at the school, we want to be in partnership. We want to know that. Is there something happening where we need to give time for you to come address the class so that will be off their mind and they can then concentrate? These are the kinds of partnerships where we can work together to work within what are the limits of what your folks can do in order to be successful. We should be teaching those strategies to folks so that they have the maximum success. These are self-regulated learning strategies, and of course, you're sending them away to school and hoping that they're going to come back successful. But again, it's been a long time since many of them have been in a formal learning environment, and so we're going to need to teach some of those things, some of those learning strategies. Okay, let's talk about schedule, because this is a big place where there's opportunity for impact, and we can partner together. So this is a busy slide. You're just looking at a syllabus or a schedule, but I wanted to point out a couple of things as you look at a schedule here. One thing is what you're going to see right away here is that there's a holiday. First of all, the school should not be scheduling class on a holiday because you'll have to pay overtime for that. So hopefully they're organizing so that the holiday's off, but you'll notice that they also have the Friday before the holiday off, because folks get used to, especially members of the department, get used to being able to trade a day or take a day and have a 4-day weekend. And so so probably a lot of people would be off or miss that day, and it's going to create a problem, right? The school's going to be mad if everybody misses class. They're trying to deliver class, but a bunch of your folks are out. They took the day off. Now you've got an attendance issue. So by them crafting the schedule in a way that really helps everybody be successful, and give that day off or have online assignments instead that people can complete at their own pace, now we just avoid conflict. You'll notice that this schedule, what I'm highlighting here in the red, is that we've front loaded an anatomy and physiology course, a full A&P course with a cadaver lab. Because in our system here, it's incredibly hard to get into anatomy and physiology. Became a prerequisite. It needed to have anatomy and physiology for paramedic school in order to get the associate's degree in paramedicine. But no way were the departments going to be able to get people into anatomy and physiology in the community college system here. Those were just too backed up with everybody trying to do pre-science courses, pre-nursing, pre-health, pre-med. And so what we were able to do is front load it. And that was not easy to do. We had to find folks with the expertise to teach anatomy and physiology at a college level and arrange for the right types of labs for folks to get that college credit within the context of the paramedic program, and then front load it. But now, as part of being enrolled in the paramedic program, they get those A&P credits. They have the requisite knowledge now that they need to be successful in the rest of the paramedic program. And then what you'll notice is before going to the cadaver lab, we made it then useful and efficient by doing all of our airway skills in our normal skills lab at the paramedic school, so that when they went up to the cadaver lab at the medical school, not only were they getting their dissection with our medical director, who happens to be an accomplished anatomist, getting that for their anatomy and physiology course, also getting an anatomy procedures lab, everybody getting to do intubation, getting to do needle cryo, getting to do needle thoracostomy, getting to do IO on the cadavers. And so being able to make it a win-win all the way around, so that the department no longer had the scheduling issue of trying to get people to A&P, we have learners who have the requisite knowledge. And it is incredibly helpful when you think about like taking care of a trauma patient and understanding, how much blood can the, right side of the chest sequester when you've got a hemothorax, and that they've now had their hands in the chest. They've now seen the volume that, the abdomen can hold when we've got a liver laceration or a solid organ disruption in trauma. So you get learners who start to be able to anticipate, I know that we don't yet have distension, or I don't yet have, sort of bruising in the back, but I know what kind of mechanism this was, and I know how much bleeding there could be, and I'm starting already to take precautions for what could be signs and symptoms of shock starting to develop, even before the patient starts to decompensate, and that becomes incredibly helpful. Another note here on the schedule, exams, major exams, you see those in red. Those are scheduled after weekends so that learners have the entire weekend to study. We want them to be as successful as possible, and we know many will need that time to consolidate the knowledge. They've been getting new information all the way to Friday. If the exam is, if they get new information all the way to Thursday and the exam is Friday, we have lower performance because they've really only had, a few hours on Thursday night to study. Want them to have the most amount of time to study, and if necessary, get in here on the weekend with an instructor or with a tutor group to get additional help before this exam on Monday morning. And so exams are scheduled after the maximum amount of time or after a weekend. So those are examples of how we might partner on the schedule to improve pass rates or ensure learner success. Next is about instructor expertise and instructor mentoring, and making sure your folks, if somebody at the department has the most expertise, is supplementing the folks at the college or the folks at the school where we don't want somebody at the school who maybe isn't practicing anymore or isn't necessarily an expert in that. If somebody at the school is, doesn't have field experience, they're probably not the best person to be teaching radio communications. Let's get somebody, from the department teaching that, or triage, or what have you. And there might be ways to partner on those things. The reason I'm using this image here is this is Stan. You see him, he's on his knees here. He's a retired paramedic coordinator from Arcadia Fire. And you'll notice he's not standing there in the corner with a clipboard telling those guys what they're doing wrong. He's on his knees. He's down there. He's showing them how to manage the airway. He's sharing with them his knowledge and expertise from 25 years of being in the field doing fire-based EMS and supervising others who are doing it. And so that's what I'm talking about, getting folks in there who are learning from the people who have done it and are going to, they're going to work with. And that can really be a benefit to our learners who are in the class, to work with people who are actually doing the job now and to learn from other practicing paramedics. It can be very helpful to you to have your learners work on the same equipment that they're going to practice with when they return to the department. And you can help by ensuring when you bid new contracts, making sure that there's training equipment for the school in those new contracts. Typically, you can negotiate that whoever wins that contract will provide that at no cost, both in your battalions if you have training equipment that needs to exist in the battalions or at headquarters, and then also for the schools. And if you work with more than one school, then you need a set for each school. And so that can be really important. And you notice here, like the orange boxes, those are very classic in Los Angeles. I'll reserve comment, but the orange boxes, they're very classic here, that they learn to use those instead of like the soft bags, because that's what everybody uses here. And they tip over and you have to know how to work the latches and the way that the drawers slide out. And so they practice with those boxes here in paramedic school because that's what they're going to use when they get out there. But everything, and you can think about how much more efficient and smooth their actual practice will be, particularly in internship and then in those first days when they return to the department, if they can actually use the equipment. Doesn't mean there shouldn't be other equipment at the school, because it is nice to have early exposure to even some of the more advanced equipment that maybe you don't have on board yet, but will come in the future. And this is true. We know that folks will never know something as well as when they learn it in primary training. So even if you don't have it on the department yet, we do want them to be exposed to additional things in paramedic school or in their initial training. They will be very comfortable with it here. I can tell you, when we first got pacing here in our system, the folks that were most comfortable with it and doing it the most were the interns, because they were very comfortable with it. They had learned it in school. They had been tested on it. They had practiced it ad nauseum. And so when somebody needed to be paced, no problem. But our practicing providers had learned it in CE. And so they were sort of like, wait, I've only done this a couple of times. Somebody just like sort of watched me do it twice and said, signed, sealed, delivered, you're good. Whereas the interns were very comfortable. They had, practiced it probably 24 times before they were signed off to do it. And so it was a very different sort of efficacy level around doing some of those new skills. So not saying that the only things they should practice on should be the same equipment, but it is very helpful to have that equipment. And that's where you can help by making sure that big pieces of equipment, whether they're monitors or splints or stretchers even, that those pieces of equipment, and also when you retire pieces of equipment, you're no longer going to use it or you're just replacing, remember that some of those pieces of equipment should go to the training programs, and then they can be responsible for maintaining it from there. Now I want to start talking about exams and the way that learners are assessed. And this is, we want to be in partnership on that. But first, probably the most important thing here is what you see on the very sort of top right of this slide, which is that assessments are authentic for the way that folks will practice in the field. And that becomes really important in terms of making sure that you're getting the product that you're looking for. So we want to have some input in how you do and how the school is doing that. And the way that you do that is through community advisory. I'll talk more about that in a little bit. But before folks are doing high stakes exams, one of the things that you want to be involved is ensuring that folks are getting feedback, that your learners are getting feedback that is timely, actionable, and meaning specific, and they know how to take action on it so that they can use it to make improvements before those high stakes summative assessments. Learners should be getting practice, in didactic, guided practice in didactic and lab. They should get opportunities to try it in those skills labs in scenarios, and then, in clinical and in field internship before, there's sort of these high stakes assessments. Now, it is important that the school has exams that have rigor. And what we mean is they need to be challenging enough that when they go to take whatever the licensing exam is, whether it's National Registry or you have a state exam, that they're going absolutely, there's no question about it, they're going to pass. So that probably means not teacher written tests. They probably need to be using one of these sort of vendor products that I'm listing here, and no relationship with any of those vendor products. And it could be another, but what I'm saying is you want to use a product that has thousands of users, so they get lots of student data back about the quality of those items, and that there's collaboration among many instructors. So it's not just one teacher sitting at his or her desk at 10 p.m. trying to write test questions and then holding your learner accountable thinking that was a great question, and then half the class misses it and they still want to think that that's a great question. Well, on all these vendor products, it's literally groups of instructors collaborating to write high quality questions, helping each other improve the quality of those questions. Then literally thousands of students over the course of time will take those items, and the performance on those items helps inform other instructors about how to improve the items, so that we get better and better at measuring what we want to measure and really testing actual student knowledge and testing what we mean to measure. And so that's the item analysis process and this iterative process for exam improvement. And you should be able to ask about that. What is your process? And not only should you be able to ask about it, but COA will definitely ask about it. The accrediting body will definitely ask about it. And these are things that a program director, should be able to share with you. And there might be appropriate members of your department to participate in that process. As if I'm sure you have, folks that work in training or in education in your department, whether it's your paramedic educators or your nurse educators in your department, or even a medical director could participate in that process, and it would become incredibly informative for you. Oh, one more thing on that slide, and that is we want lots of practice testing. So sometimes folks complain about, oh, there's so many quizzes or that we take so many tests. That builds the skill of test taking. And again, when your folks go to take their licensing exam, whether it's National Registry or the state exam, there should be no question that they're going to pass, and that the pass rates are very high associated with whatever training program you take. And one of the ways to do that is by having some sort of exit exam with the course that is a readiness exam, some sort of exam that's like, you must score this on this readiness exam that will help us demonstrate that you are ready to take the real thing. And being in collaboration with you that says, yes, we understand why that's an important course requirement is to pass that test before we send you off to the real thing. It gives learners confidence that they will pass it and boost their actual performance on the real day. Something else I want to make sure you're aware of is that the course can actually schedule the whole class to take the test on one day. So you can have all of your department members scheduled to go to a Pearson VUE testing center and take the test all together at once on the same day. So this helps with, if you've ever had the problem where folks kind of trickle, they're not ready, they've been done with school for a couple of weeks or months and they still haven't taken the test, the school can help with that. They can schedule everybody to test on the same day, and you can arrange transportation and get all of your folks there. And that can be incredibly helpful to just sort of get it all done at one time. Now let's talk about managing cost, both cost containment and return on investment. We started looking at the schedule, and here's a couple more places. One is those card courses. If you work in a system where you value CPR, ACLS, PALS, whatever the cards are, PEP, whatever the cards are in your system, and you want learners to have those, then have the school provide those. Most can incorporate those curriculum into the way that they deliver, like their trauma course, for very little additional cost, like literally $15 for the cost of the card. And so it's helpful to do it in primary training so that you don't have to pay to send all of your folks to a $250 PHLS class later. So that's something that you could be talking about. And we already talked about not scheduling, during the holidays. And then I talked also about the importance of practice quizzing. We want to build that test taking skill so that they're successful on registry. Another expense is often the medical requirements now coming with paramedic school, tons of immunizations, the physical, that sort of thing. Some of those might have been taken care of with onboarding to the department. So if you tend to send your folks to paramedic school soon after hire, consider whether the new hire physical will work. Sometimes you just need a letter from the department or need to resurrect that paperwork from HR when they got hired. That might still work for their physical. And for all those immunizations, rather than sending them out to the clinic, you might be able to have your department nurse or PA or the medical director go to the school and get everybody immunized at once. There can be some cost saving measures there. In terms of JAC funds or getting college credit, those can be ways to get reimbursed through some sort of reapportionment arrangements with the department. But sometimes members are not great about signing up, particularly if they already have a college degree. They think, oh, I don't need these units. Well, a couple of things. If your department promotes for units and not completed degree, then 36 additional units can be useful later in their appraisal of promotability. But also that degree completion is also great for both the community college and to show in terms of your department how many of your folks have earned additional certifications. But what can be really useful is to have the college come on a day that they're already at the school and sign everybody up. So that can be something that you work out with the school, is to have the community college come sign folks up. And when they are registered through a regular community college, your veterans should be able to use their GI benefits, and that can help offset the cost of that lost income when they're not able to work all the overtime that they might have been accustomed to before they were in school. And that can be really useful to folks. And so inquire about that as well. Other things that can be helpful to your folks, probably if you're sending them to paramedic school, they might maintain their EMT, have the school do their recertification for EMT. You don't want them to have to be bothered with trying to get to EMT course or a refresher course or something like that. They're getting all of those hours while they're in paramedic school. Have the school sign off on their EMT. And if they need skills verification for anything, the school should be able to do that on all of those skills testing days. All of those EMT skills will be part of the student competency matrix. And so they are getting signed off in paramedic school. Have the school handle that paperwork for you. We talked about the card courses like CPR, ACLS, PALS, whatever those are in your system, not promoting any particular one, but whatever those are, if they're important to you, negotiate with the school to get them to graduate with those cards. That can be useful. And also local accreditation often can be completed while they're still in school. Maybe not till they're in internship or towards the end of internship, but that's something you can talk to your local EMS authority about and have them complete the class while they're still a student. It's usually less expensive and sometimes free if they're still a student. So that can be a cost savings and definitely a time savings to not have to get everybody back there once they're already back at the stations. Let's talk about QI in the system. That this is a way to really exponentially improve the quality of EMS delivered to the entire system. And I really think it's true that the way that we improve a system is 42 at a time, or however many you send to paramedic school at a time, because they come out moldable, malleable, fresh and eager to learn. And they only know what they've learned in school and in internship. So what your folks may have taught them if they're coming back to your department as interns. And while I like this diagram about QI put together by our colleagues, our medical director colleagues, the one thing that I think it is missing is this opportunity to connect with primary training and to say, so for example, if you're having trouble with capnography, then communicate that with the school and they can add it to the skills sheet for intubation so that it gets a point or becomes a critical fail on the skill sheet, that if you don't attach capnography or you don't use a BVM that has capnography or you don't attach waveform capnography, then you can't pass the intubation skill. And then all of a sudden, every single new medic coming out of school will not know that it was ever an option to not use capnography when they intubate a patient. This is how we change those kinds of things. At one point in our system, we had folks confusing epi and morphine. And so chest pain patients were sometimes getting epi instead of morphine. Why? Because they both used to come in a 1 milliliter ampule with an orange label. Well, those two things should be stored in very separate places, right? Morphine and epi, but folks were taking them out of their locked box in the beginning of the shift and putting them on the top shelf. So that they were easy access. Once we learned that, we could do something at the systems level and mirror that in paramedic school so that you were assigned your narcotics for the day, you signed out your narcotics for the day, you were responsible for them. So we started to build that behavior in paramedic school where you store your narcotics and they're not stored in the same place as the epinephrine. You at the department, you also should be able to participate. You should, and not be able to, but you should be participating in the school's community advisory committee. Every school is required, every paramedic program is required to have a community advisory committee. And that committee, you can see the charge from COA listed there, from CAHEP and COMC listed there. But this committee has input on what will be included in the curriculum, what skills will be taught and tested, how many will be included in the student matrix of competency. What kinds of clinical will they do? How many hours in field? How much in capstone? What exams? What will be tested on exams? What course policies matter? What are the admissions policies? And you want input. You want to tell them what's going on in your system. What do you need coming out of paramedic school? And the place to do that is community advisory. So when they invite you to those meetings, show up, because this is how you get your voice heard. And if you're not being invited, that's an oversight, and get yourself invited to those meetings. They occur annually. They must occur annually, and they might occur more often depending on the schools that you're working with. The student minimum competencies, student matrix of competencies delineates not only the complaints, but also the BLS skills, the ALS skills, how many. And so if you're having a particular problem, again, with intubation or capnography or cardiac arrest or chest pain management, this is the place to communicate that and say, hey, for example, in our system, based on the practice analysis from National Registry, we said we really need to do something about behavioral management, behavior patients. And so we had recently upped the number of behavior patients and then needed to find a way to make sure that our students were exposed to that, both in clinical and in the field, and had to do some pretty creative things to do that. And then I just want to make sure that you realize that, lastly, that there is a connection to the other members of the department. And so it isn't just this place that you send students going to primary training, but that the paramedic school can also be a really wonderful resource for the other members of the department, whether they're alumni of that school or not. And so in terms of continuing education, there's class happening there every day. Any of your members should be allowed to sit in on any class happening on any day. Maybe skills will be, you need a little bit of pre-planning for that, because there's usually, ratio numbers in terms of how many additional people they can accommodate. But typically one extra person in each group is not too much of a problem. But on a lecture day, they probably can have any number of additional folks from your department sit in on a lecture. And there might even be a way to pipe them in remotely, take the quiz for the day and get credit So if you have folks who need continuing education hours, who need to recert if you keep National Registry and require that, or folks want to keep it, there should be a way to include them. If you have folks who need a refresher, absolutely connect with the school for that. And this is great for folks who've been off on I, and is wonderful for people who are returning to duty from an administrative position as well, and they haven't touched a patient in a while, need to refresh their knowledge and skills. The next is ACLS, PALS, PHLS, those courses. If you have folks that need to maybe miss the course because they were out, or they need to recert theirs, the school is probably doing those courses, and you can probably connect with them to get one or two of your members in those, or ask them to save you a number of seats in each time they offer those courses. So they probably offer them a few times a year, and you can probably earn seats in those courses each time. And then if you have somebody who needs skills verification, the school is doing this all the time as well. Or if you have somebody whose performance or has had a QI fallout, there's been a patient issue, some sort of a problem, just a reminder that the folks at the school are sort of experts in entry level competent, in, minimally competent candidate. They know what that looks like very well. So if you need another set of eyes, or you need somebody to help you with determining whether or not this provider, who's been a licensed provider for a while, is providing care at the right level, the school should have some expertise in helping you do that. The last thing that I want to share with you is about preceptor development. The school is required to do preceptor training for anybody who's doing internships. But preceptor development can pay dividends in a lot of ways, because preceptors then make good teachers in the tower. They make good educators when folks are, coming out of the tower and are rookies at the station. They make great educators when we're talking about patient education and counseling on scene, or with the public, or when the preschool group comes to visit. And so preceptor development can be incredibly rewarding and helpful as well, and often is available for continuing education. So think about the school as a resource and these high yield places in which we can partner. And I'm happy to be a resource if you have other ideas or questions about ways that we did that, the logistics on how to do that. You can find me here. The contact information is here, and I'm happy to connect anytime. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure, and I'm happy to answer any questions for you.
Well, great. Thank you, Heather. That was very informative. So glad to have you here for some Q&A.
Great to be here. Hi, Chief.
Hey, let me ask you a couple of questions that come to mind. Scheduling tends to be the thing we hear the most from fire departments, and I think sometimes the downfall of using a community college or an academic institution. So in your mind, can you give us some pointers on how to effectively collaborate with an educational institution for schedule?
Sure. I do think that there is a bit of a bias towards wanting to push through more quickly from the fire service, and thinking that faster is necessarily better. I will say, in my 20 years and many classes and literally thousands of students, faster is not necessarily better for everyone. There will be some folks who can do this work, who can be fantastic paramedics, but at 8 hours a day, 4 or 5 days a week, won't be successful at that pace. And so you also have to sort of think about, who do you lose, or who falls out of a system when we're pushing that pace so quickly and so hard. There's very little time to consolidate knowledge. That said, I also don't think a really strung out pace is better either, because it's hard to keep people on track. So we have experimented with the on-duty schedule, the sort of Kelly schedule, if you will, just so that everybody kind of can get their head around that. And we lost half of the participants each time we tried it. So I also don't recommend that. And the problem there is that there's not dedicated or set aside time to really immerse yourself in, this is what I'm doing and this is my full-time priority. Because folks then have to go back to the station. And if you're at a busy station, you're running calls and you can't do the homework. And let's face it, many of our members these days
don't go home and have a restful day off. They're working overtime, or they have a second job, or they have a side hustle, or they have a busy family life. And so I think some combination of that dedicated time to be on away at paramedic school or in an isolated period is the sort of sweet spot. I think 6 months tends to be very fast. 6 or 7 months tends to be like pretty fast and maybe too fast for a lot of folks. 18 months is like kind of too drug out. And so when working with the college, some of the things that might be possible though, is instead of, the 18-month or 2-year schedule, is many of the community colleges can manage to get it done in a 1 year. Lots of community colleges that are doing that. And that does seem to be kind of a sweet spot. So 3 semesters to be able to do like most of the didactic, or in the first semester, didactic and clinical in the second, and field internship in that summer semester.
So another question that comes up oftentimes is, why not just do an in-house program? What are some pros and cons of saying, well, I'm just going to bring this program into the firehouse?
Yeah, and we have seen there are certainly very successful programs around the country who have done that. I would say that the sort of rules or requirements are getting so high that it's hard for departments to maintain that level of expertise, and to have members of the department who want to stay in those positions long enough to learn the requirements, meet the requirements, and then kind of say, okay, I'm going to spend the rest of my career here, because you can't keep moving them around. So for example, my experience at County Fire was about 2 years, is as long as anybody would stay in their positions, and intentionally chief would move them around. And so then that's tough because it's a constant learning curve. We know it's a documented issue among our program directors in this country, is that we have about 30% turnover of program directors. In some of the research that's been done and published, is consistency of the program director and consistency of the full-time faculty is one of the sort of recipes for success. And when we have a turnover of the workforce, if you will, a program director who gets promoted and is moving on to, a different part of the department, it makes it very difficult for them. Also things like having to have a degree, having to, the program director needing to have a degree, and some of those might make it more challenging. Clinical affiliations, some of those kind of legal requirements sometimes just are more effort and work than a department wants to put the effort into, and partnering with a community college or with an educational institution can be more efficient. Especially since now it is, a requirement that students be offered college credit. So you're going to have some of those relationships anyway. You don't have to have, so I think the partnership probably works a little bit better for most of our organizations. Like I said, there are some that are doing it very well. I know that there's also some that have been trying for 20 years to try to get to thinking that then we could just customize. We could do it our own way, and we wouldn't have some of these, outside requirements.
You had mentioned, and I was fascinated with this, the role of the school in potentially dealing with QI fallouts. And so could you give some examples of how a school has helped with QI fallouts to improve patient care?
Yeah, I think sometimes it's difficult for the department to be in a position, particularly with their relationship with labor, to be in a position to drop somebody's accreditation or to say, we no longer want to sponsor this person in a patient care role. So basically to no longer support their paramedic role, especially if the paramedic position has additional compensation attached, because now you're affecting their, ability to earn. And so to have an outside organization, to partner with an outside organization that has expertise in assessing minimum competency and that entry level competency, I think can be very helpful. Often our departments have nurse educators, have battalion educators, have folks that are used to working with licensed personnel, but we want them to maintain a positive relationship with them as well. And so then that can be at odds if I'm riding along with you basically to observe you or to grade you or evaluate you. Sometimes then it's harder to build a relationship of trust, or if I have then later made an error, maybe I don't want to tell you about it or come ask you about it because now I'm afraid that you're going to use it against me in an assessment. But by using school personnel either to come in or to have the school design a workplace-based assessment, so realistic scenarios in like their high fidelity simulation lab that asks to and use their instruments, which often are already validated and calibrated and approved by their medical director to be the right level of difficulty with the appropriate distractions and the equipment that you use in your system. Those things can give us a really accurate assessment by people who do this all the time, not occasionally, but literally sometimes with hundreds of students per year. And so in our system, we have found that partnership has helped with maintaining a positive relationship and role for the nurse educators at the department who don't want to be in the position of having to say change that relationship and be in a grading or assessment role, and use the school for what they're great at, which is using the instruments that are often already validated and reliable scenarios that have been vetted and used with hundreds of candidates as they come through over the years.
Great. And I don't see other questions in the chat. So I think I really appreciate you taking the time to join us, Dr. Heather Davis. And it's been great to hear your feedback. Do you have any closing thoughts?
No, I think that I mentioned it when I started, but this talk, it's been in the back of my mind for a while as, it should not feel like a vendor relationship. You spend a lot of money and a lot of time sending folks to your training institution, whether it's for EMT or paramedic or what have you. And it really should feel like a partnership. If you have questions about what's going on there, if you have ideas yourself about ways to collaborate and make the experience better, both for your members and for the system as a whole, you should feel like we're in it together. And that's the kind of relationship that I think yields best results. And so that's why I wanted to share all these different ideas about ways that we were doing it here. And hopefully that planted some seeds or some nuggets for all of you, and you'll take it from there. Please reach out if I can help you with the logistics of how we were doing any of those things, or if you have any other ideas, please share them widely.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. So thank you all for taking the time to participate today, to join us. We have some upcoming events that we showed you in the beginning that I just would like to call your attention to in the next few months, the rest of this year. And I would like to thank our sponsors one last time for making this educational event possible. And because of them, we're able to offer this content for free without charge to you. Today's event has been recorded, and you'll receive a link to share with your colleagues to watch on demand. You'll also get a brief survey by email. We're very interested to hear what you have to say about the experience today. So once again, thank you so much for joining us. My name is Mike McAvoy, the chair of the EMS section for a couple more months, and I really appreciate your taking the time to join us today. Thank you.